Chapter 14:24. The sword cut through his body like 1,000 cuts. His green robe was torn into pieces, and his body trembled under the sword chi. He gathered all his strength to resist, crush, and disperse the sword chi. At the same time, Chunzong made a second attack. Blood splattered everywhere. The bloody light pierced through the void, and the terrifying weight of 150,000 kilograms burst out in an instant. It hit his opponent, and an amazing power burst out in an instant. It broke through all defenses and sent his opponent flying. He crashed into a big tree hundreds of meters away. His whole body seemed to be embedded in the thick trunk, and he kept vomiting blood. Turning around, the golden sword light shot toward the black-clothed young man. Slash! Seeing that his companion was seriously injured in an instant, the black-clothed young man was shocked. He immediately approached Chunzong and chopped down with his long black saber, as if it was going to split heaven and earth. The sword light and the saber light collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. The sword and the saber also came into contact in an instant. The black-clothed young man's face suddenly changed. He could only feel that his opponent's sword was extremely heavy. It carried an incomparably ferocious force as it blasted towards him without any reason. It was like a wild beast was pushing its way towards him. Close. Heart realm. The trajectory of the black-clothed young man's long saber was immediately grasped by Chunzong. Every saber technique performed by the long black saber was extremely terrifying. Its speed was amazing, and it contained a powerful saber strength, as if it could cut through and shatter everything. Chunzong constantly used his heart domain to observe and comprehend the profundities of this power and profundity. Unknowingly, the two fought fiercely for a while, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. But the fact was that Chunzong was not in a hurry to win. Instead, he was forcing his opponent to continuously perform his saber techniques so that he could further observe and learn from his advantages, consolidate his own accumulation, and integrate it into his unique skill, Mist. This was the regional competition, but in Chunzong's eyes, it was also a kind of training for himself and his swordsmanship. Chunzong had an idea, and that was to break through as much as possible in the regional competition with the help of pressure, so that his half-step sword intent could reach 80% and further perfect his unique skill, Mist. Strength. Improved strength. Whether it was fighting for opportunities or something else, it was all about strength in the end. In the end, it was all about strength. Treistrimsa, saber, slash. The black saber pierced through the air and instantly transformed into 33 extremely dark saber lights that slashed down from all directions. The saber lights were so deep that they seemed to be able to absorb all the light in the surroundings. Within his heart domain, Chunzong could clearly see the trajectories of the 33 black saber lights. His entire body seemed to have lost all its weight, as if he had lost all his bones. He became incomparably soft, shuttling back and forth like a nimble snake. While avoiding the black saber lights, he did his best to observe the mysteries contained within. Chunzong had a profound understanding of this 8th-grade secret method. Blood splattered from the sword. Seizing the momentary opening, blood-red light blossomed, instantly filling the sky. Boom! The black-clothed youth immediately followed in the footsteps of the green-robed youth. He was sent flying with his sword, and blood spurted out from his mouth. After defeating the two, Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. These two people were very strong. Except for the strength of the Azura doppelganger, he had used all the strength of his original body. It was a close call to defeat them. If they were to fight again, Chunzong was not completely confident that he could defeat the two of them together. Their martial arts were really exquisite and worth learning. Since he had defeated them, the next step was naturally to collect the spoils of war. Beast cores. The storage rings that were specially used to store beast cores were not guarded. As long as he seized them, he could easily take out the beast cores from them. After getting the beast cores, Chunzong threw the storage rings back to the two of them and quickly left with a movement technique. The two of them were not seriously injured, but they were not light either. They could not open the storage rings to take out medicinal pills to heal their injuries. If they wanted to recover, it would be impossible for them to recover without a few days. This meant that they were destined to be eliminated. The two of them failed to snatch Chunzong's beast cores. In the end, they were robbed by Chunzong instead. They were even injured, which affected their strength. Naturally, they hated Chunzong very much. I originally had 118 points. Now I have 326 points. Not bad, not bad. After Chunzong quickly left, he checked the beast cores in the storage rings and counted them as points. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, snatching other people's beast cores was more rewarding. Chunzong almost had the idea to stop hunting demonic beasts and look for others to snatch their beast cores. However, as soon as the idea appeared, Chunzong immediately dismissed it. His strength was only average among the 180 people. He estimated that with the help of Azura's doppelganger, he could reach the top. However, Chunzong did not know what level he could reach. And Chunzong also did not know the strength of those extremely powerful, peerless geniuses. It was not safe. If he really looked for others to snatch their beast cores, he might end up like the other two. It was safer to hunt demonic beasts for their beast cores. Of course, if someone wanted to snatch his beast cores, Chunzong would not be polite. However, before that, Chunzong planned to stop for a while. Because of the battle just now, Chunzong had learned a lot. The martial arts used by the green-robed youth and the saber technique used by the black-robed youth contained different but profound mysteries. Some of the mysteries were comprehended by Chunzong. It was worth learning and referencing. Chunzong had learned a lot from that battle. Now he needed to find a place to properly digest and absorb it, thoroughly integrating it into his own sword technique, especially his ultimate move, the Misty Mist sword. His opponent's Daluo Cloud Smoke hand was extremely profound. Like a cloud or smoke, it transformed gracefully, yet was extremely flexible and tough. Its might was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, the Treastrimsa blade slash instantly erupted with astonishing power, as if it could destroy everything. Chunzong thought about how he could fuse these two profound mysteries into his own unique skill. With a leap, he landed on the top of a tree more than 100 meters tall. The leaves were very dense. Chunzong divided his attention, paying attention to his surroundings while comprehending. Countless spiritual lights flashed, like thousands of fireflies dancing. The Misty Mist sword was dissected under Chunzong's comprehension. This move was created by Chunzong. No one was more familiar with it than Chunzong. Therefore, the analysis was simpler and more in-depth. Time passed slowly. Countless mysteries emerged one after another, like countless spinning sword lights. It was incomparably profound. Suddenly, a sword light streaked across the darkness, instantly lighting up. The sword light instantly dispersed in the darkness, like a wisp of smoke, like a wisp of illusory fog. However, he could only see strands of light lingering around, covering the area in front of him and slashing madly. Every strand of light was as light as a cloud of smoke, drifting about unpredictably like a dense fog. They also had the sharpness of a sword as they slashed through everything. The arrangement of the strands seemed messy, but there was something unique about it. They covered all directions and locked onto everything. The silk-like sword light disappeared, and darkness returned. Chunzong continued to comprehend quietly. Not enough, not enough. This sword could be further improved and become even stronger. Then, what should he do to make it stronger? His super comprehension was fully activated, and his mind was spinning rapidly. In an instant, tens of thousands of thoughts flashed, constantly colliding and bursting into thousands of sparks. Darkness and light erupted, as if heaven and earth had just been born. Thunder roared, drizzle fell from the sky, and a gale blew from afar, rolling into the distance. Clouds and smoke quietly filled between heaven and earth, and the illusory fog drifted with the wind. Suddenly, everything seemed to have turned into sword light. Sword light like clouds. Sword light like smoke. Sword light like fog. Sword light like rain. Clouds, smoke, fog, and rain filled the air, as if the truth of the great Tao was intertwined and diffused. Divine light bloomed, turning into a sword that was compatible with all things in the world. Wherever the sword passed, the sword light seemed to be ever-changing like clouds, smoke, fog, and rain, but also seemed to coexist, as if it was eternal and led to the future. Suddenly, Chunzong opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be an ever-changing but endless sword light shooting out. Then he pierced the air with his fingers like a sword, turning into a wisp of ethereal sword light. The sword light spread out, with clouds, mist, and rain drifting, intertwining with mysterious truths. Suddenly, the leaves under the sword light turned into powder and were completely crushed, as if a vacuum was created. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. This sword is done. Chunzong was secretly happy. The misty sword had been further perfected, and its power was also more powerful. But it seemed a little inappropriate to call it Misty Sword. Misty Cloud. Chunzong thought for a while and came up with a new name. Misty Rain Morning Cloud. Chunzong suddenly had another idea. This unique skill that he had created was called Misty Cloud before, and now it was Misty Rain Morning Cloud. The name had changed, and it was more powerful, more mysterious, and more complete, but the core of its essence had not changed. In this way, it was also an advancement of a skill, just like the difference between high and low. Suddenly, Chunzong felt an indescribable throbbing. His heart was beating wildly, and the space between his eyebrows twitched as if something was about to pierce through. Breakthrough! In an instant, a terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes. It was sharp to the extreme. It shot out from his eyes and pierced through the sun and moon. Half-step sword intent. 80%. The power of 80% half-step sword intent was more than 40% stronger than that of 70%. The power of the swordsmanship driven by half-step sword intent was also increased by 40%. This kind of improvement and the improvement of cultivation were even more amazing. Chunzong was very happy that his unique skill had been perfected and his half-step sword intent had successfully broken through. At this moment, his strength was even more powerful, especially when he used Misty Rain Morning Cloud with 80% half-step sword intent. Its power was even more terrifying and multiplied. Powerful strength was the source of confidence. Only then could one calmly deal with difficulties and strong enemies. Now that both of them had broken through, Chunzong began to run his cultivation method, trying to see if he could break through his cultivation method as well. The Taiyuan cloud scraping skill was now at the 11th level. If it broke through, it would be at the 12th level, and its power would be even more powerful. Run. Run with all your strength. The extremely pure half-step saint power filled every part of his body and swept out rapidly, as if 10,000 horses were galloping and thunder was roaring. It was extremely shocking. Fast. Faster. Faster. The speed of breaking through the limit. Chunzong mustered up all his strength and did it in one spurt. Chapter 1425. A more powerful unique skill, Misty Rain Morning Cloud. 80% half-step sword intent. The 12th level of Taiyuan cloud scraping skill. Once he made a breakthrough, he reached the 3rd level, which was out of Chunzong's expectation. His strength had become stronger. With great strength came great confidence. Chunzong's figure leaped up lightly, as if he had lost his weight. He turned into a stream of light, bringing along a blurry shadow as he shuttled through the dense foliage like a bird. His body seemed to exist between illusion and reality, passing through the gaps between the leaves without touching any of them. His speed was much faster than before, with a trace of indescribable sharpness. A finger pierced through the sky, and an extremely tyrannical finger force pierced through the sky like a sword chi, killing a pseudo-high-rank demonic beast 100 meters away. It was a high-rank pseudo-high-rank demonic beast, and Chunzong gained another 5 points. Chunzong, for the sake of the mysterious underworld territory, I won't touch you, but you have to hand over the beast core. Sima Huan, you stare at Chunzong and said lightly. His eyelids drooped, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes, as if he was superior. Sima Huanyu had tried to recruit Qinzong a long time ago, trying to make Qinzong work for him, but Qinzong refused. At that time, Qinzong was full of pride and even said that he would surpass him one day. Sima Huanyu didn't get angry. How could an eagle care about the provocation of a chicken? How could a real dragon care about the thoughts of an earthworm? In Sima Huanyu's opinion, Qinzong was just talking nonsense. However, step by step, Qinzong had entered the regional tournament just like him. Perhaps there was some element of luck involved, but it still made him very surprised. Unknowingly, a previously insignificant person actually had the qualifications to make her take a second look at him. Very good, but that was all. Until now, Sima Huanyu still didn't think that Qinzong could be compared with him. After all, he was ranked 9th on the underworld list and was very powerful. During this period of time, his strength had also increased. If he were to challenge them, he might be able to advance further on the underworld board. What is Qinzong? Qinzong smiled when he heard Sima Huanyu's words. Before, Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, enough to make him look up to him. But now, it was not certain who was stronger and who was weaker. Even if he was weaker than the other party previously, it was impossible for him to hand over the beast core, let alone now. Young Master Sima, I've taken a fancy to the beast core in your storage ring. Take it out, Qinzong said with a slight smile. If others were courteous to him, he would naturally be courteous to them as well. If they were not courteous, he would not be courteous either. Hearing this, Sima Huanyu's originally aloof expression suddenly changed. He became astonishingly cold, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. It seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Qinzong's face, as if it wanted to pierce through Qinzong. Very good. It seems that the good luck of entering the regional competition has made you arrogant. Sima Huanyu revealed a cold smile. He was angry. He felt angry from the bottom of his heart. A little loach dared to show off in front of him. He could ignore it before, but now, he could not ignore it. Since we are both from the mysterious underworld territory, I'll wake you up. The coldness in Sima Huanyu's eyes was as cold as a sword. It turned into cold lightning and shot out. It seemed to penetrate the sun, the moon, and the stars and fell on Qinzong's face. It seemed to pierce Qinzong's eyes, penetrate his mind, and bring fear. However, Qinzong's expression did not change at all. He did not look frightened at all. Sima Huanyu stretched out his finger. There seemed to be a touch of starlight at the tip of his finger. He poked it gently, and it seemed to pierce into the water. Suddenly, ripples spread out. Qinzong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils contracted subconsciously. He saw an extremely sharp beam of starlight shoot out from the center of the ripple. It was as if it had pierced through the void and shot towards him. It seemed to become dark in front of him. Only the starlight was extremely dazzling. It penetrated the sun, the moon, and the heaven and earth, making Qinzong have a feeling of being penetrated for no reason. This feeling was very strange. It not only threatened his body, but also his soul. It seemed that there was a kind of mystery of the transformation of spiritual contained in it, but it was different and seemed to be more brilliant. Qinzong had never fought with the exceptional geniuses in the top 10 of the Dark Roll, so he didn't know what kind of techniques they had. He only knew that there was a big gap between the top 10 geniuses of the Dark List and those below it, as if there was a gap. But now he had practiced the upper sacred level Taiyuan cloud-shattering skill to the 12th level, which had caught up with many geniuses. He had also grasped the half-step sword intent to 80%. His basic strength was much stronger than before, and he had created his own unique skills, which were powerful. Thus, Qinzong Sai had the confidence to face Sima Huanyu head-on. He was even a little excited. Finally, he was in a fight with a peerless genius in the top 10 of the Netherworld list. He wanted to test his strength at this moment. The Gilded Mountain sword was unsheathed. It broke through the air as if it had shattered the vacuum. It shattered the starlight and blasted towards Sima Huanyu. Sima Huanyu frowned slightly. He was a little surprised that his opponent had broken his finger and counterattacked. Although the power of his finger was not very strong, he had used 70% of his strength, which was enough to defeat geniuses below the top 10 of the Dark List. It seemed that Chunzong's strength had indeed improved compared to before. However, that was all. With a cold and solemn expression, Sima Huanyu once again pointed his finger. This time, he used 100% of his strength. The starlight was extremely dazzling, but its light caused the surrounding void to fall into darkness, making the finger even more dazzling. Like a ray of starlight, it blasted toward Chunzong, making him look more and more dignified. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword momentum was steady, powerful, and boundlessly overbearing. That finger was once again shattered by Chunzong. Good. Sima Huanyu was so angry that he laughed. 2 consecutive moves were defeated by his opponent, which made Sima Huanyu completely angry. The third finger. The moment that finger was lifted, the sky immediately darkened, as if night had descended. A boundless aura filled the air, and it was so heavy that it felt as if it was going to press down. Chunzong's heart sank, and he felt an indescribable discomfort, as if he was about to suffocate. He was incomparably annoyed, and his chest felt heavy, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on it. Immediately, a ray of blazing starlight bloomed on Sima Huanyu's fingertip. It was so dazzling that it seemed to illuminate the world. As the light spread out, it seemed to be rippling in all directions, everywhere. The starlight shot out and shot toward Chunzong. In Chunzong's eyes, the starlight seemed to be constantly magnified. From a cold star to a meteorite, it was not only amazingly fast, but also contained terrible power, as if it was going to destroy everything. Chunzong looked a little dignified. He felt that his body seemed to be about to collapse under this terrible starlight. His sword, the bloodlight rose, and the sword splashed blood. It was the half-step sword intent. As the young master of the Sima family, the first disciple of the Sima family, and a rare peerless genius in 100 years, Sima Huanyu's cultivation method was not ordinary. It was an incomplete, superior, holy-level cultivation method. Although it was incomplete and lacked the last few layers, it did not hinder his cultivation. The superior holy-level cultivation method at the same level was more powerful than the superior holy-level cultivation method. Half-step sword intent. As soon as Sima Huanyu felt the indescribable invisible sharp aura, his expression changed slightly, and then he sneered. I see. This is what you rely on to provoke me. Half-step Dao intent was not so easy to comprehend and master. Most half-step saints could not master it. Only a few people could do it. Those who could comprehend and master half-step Dao intent were often very talented and had certain opportunities. Only with the combination of various factors could one have a chance to comprehend and master it. As a peerless genius in the top 10 of the Netherworld list, Sima Huanyu naturally mastered half-step Dao intent. Under the bloodlight, Sima Huanyu's starlight was suddenly shattered. The bloodlight, with terrible evil spirit, instantly pierced through the sky, leaving a bloody sword mark, and went straight. Sima Huanyu did not have the slightest intention to dodge. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were somewhat mocking. He gently pointed his finger, and thousands of strands of starlight, finer than hair, surrounded and condensed at his fingertip. In an instant, the bloody sword light was shattered. Sky-sweeping meteor strike. A low shout suddenly sounded from Sima Huanyu's mouth, like rolling thunder roaring out from the depths of his throat. Immediately, a black arc of light spread out from the void, covering all directions in an instant, as if covering a part of the world. Then, a little light bloomed at Sima Huanyu's fingertip, and in the dark sky, there seemed to be a touch of starlight responding to it. Boom! From the dark void that covered the world, a little light suddenly appeared, falling at an astonishing speed, faster and faster, burning, repelling the air, shaking the void, and shattering the vacuum. It became more and more powerful, more and more violent, and more overbearing. Unstoppable. Destroy everything. The meteor, burning with blazing golden flames, shot down from the sky, as if dispersing the darkness. It was as magnificent and overbearing as the sun. Chunzong was unable to breathe. He only felt that he was trapped in that darkness. His entire body was cold, as if he had been thrown into a dark void. That extremely violent meteor shook the void and fell down. The extremely terrifying power blasted through the void and bombarded his body, as if it wanted to crush him. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were fluctuating. This blow contained the aura of half-step Tao meaning. Chunzong did not know what kind of half-step Tao meaning it was, but he felt that it was very strong. Moreover, he was in this darkness, unable to dodge or escape. He was locked by the terrible aura of the meteor, and also unable to avoid it. Unable to avoid it. He could only resist it. Chunzong's expression was solemn. His pupils had shrunk to the size of needles, and they emitted an incomparable bright light that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. He stared at the meteor that was shooting down from the sky, and the energy in his body surged endlessly. His high-grade half-saint realm energy was extremely vigorous and pure, and it surged violently and penetrated his sword. Chapter 14:26. Half-step sword intent. 80%. It was extremely sharp, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing everything apart. The sword rose. The sword light pierced through the sky, and a light breeze blew out from the void. It drizzled and smoke curled up, as if the night was hazy and illusory fog was everywhere. The sword light dispersed into the water like paint, and the water rippled and spread out. Like smoke, like rain, like fog, it seemed to have turned into a cloud, moving in a vacuum. Misty rain, rising clouds. Chunzong's hand holding the sword disappeared, and the sword also disappeared. Sima Huanyu's expression suddenly changed. Chunzong's sword gave him an indescribable feeling, as if it existed between existence and nothingness, drifting outside of reality and illusion. Falling stars sweeping through the sky. Misty rain, rising clouds. Falling stars sweeping through the sky was Sima Huanyu's own unique skill. After the guidance of the elders in the clan, he had perfected it many times and used it with the help of half-step starlight, Tao meaning. Its power was amazing. The extremely tyrannical collision seemed to have shattered a vacuum. An incomparably terrifying force of energy poured out like a torrent bursting a dike, rushing in all directions and crushing everything. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The moon fell and the stars sank. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power shattered the vacuum, shattered the earth, and cracked it inch by inch. The storm rolled as if the end of the world was coming. The terrifying power made Chunzong and Sima Huanyu's faces change as they retreated again and again. Sima Huanyu didn't expect that the opponent could block his unique skill, falling stars sweeping through the sky. It was incredible. Since when did this rogue cultivator country bumpkin possess such strength? It was like a dream. Chunzong calmed down. It turned out that unknowingly, his strength had increased to the point where he could fight with the top 10 peerless geniuses of the Netherworld list. Suddenly, a trace of pride rippled in his chest, gushing out, and his fighting spirit soared. Let's fight again. The sword light turned into a blood-red color and broke through the sky. Blood spurted out from the sword. Kill. Chunzong completely regarded Sima Huanyu as a whetstone. He rushed forward and used his sword art to the extreme. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, and his own strength had also become very strong, enough to compete with him. In that case, let's fight. Sima Huanyu was shocked and angry. His superior mentality was broken. His heart was full of disbelief, but he had to accept such a fact. Such a situation made him even more annoyed. I am young Master Sima, the young master of the Sima family. How can a mere rogue cultivator be my opponent? Sima Huanyu secretly said as his attacks became more and more fierce. His 10 fingers were suffused with dazzling starlight as half-step starlight, Tao insight suffused and condensed, emitting an aura that interweaved with ghastly coldness and blazing heat. It seemed as if it could pierce through everything, and it was terrifying to the extreme as it pierced through the heavens and the earth. Strands of starlight shot out in all directions, and beams of sword light shattered the vacuum. Sima Huanyu was completely enraged. His heart was filled with killing intent, and he had already thrown away the idea of not killing people in the regional competition. An ant, a mere ant that he looked down upon, suddenly had the power to compete with him. This was unacceptable in the heart of Sima Huanyu, who was used to being superior. Therefore, he had to destroy him with his own hands. With killing intent in his heart, his attacks were overflowing with killing intent, which made Chun Zong's hair stand on end, as if countless chills had penetrated into his body. As if there were countless fine needles intertwined with cold and heat piercing into his body. Chun Zong's skin was numb and his hair stood on end. Under the stimulation of such killing intent, Chun Zong felt more excited. His mind became more focused, as if he had entered a certain realm. Unconsciously, the domain of heart was displayed, and everything around was clearly under the control of Chun Zong. All the trajectories were presented in the domain of heart and were controlled by the mind. When the sword came out, its trajectory was extremely mysterious and fast, as if it was in accordance with some kind of mystery. Under the domain of heart, Sima Huanyu could not avoid the domain of heart, even if his martial arts attainments were superb and his attacks were mysterious and fast. When Chun Zong's cultivation broke through to the high level of the half-saint realm, his domain of heart became more and more stable. Even if the power of the first level of the saint realm was fully released, it would not be affected at all. At least an expert of the second level of the saint realm could shake the domain of heart. Sima Huanyu's strength was indeed very strong. His martial arts attainments were brilliant and his attacks were powerful, but he did not have the strength to kill a saint realm expert. The fierce battle continued. Sima Huanyu was more shocked to find that he could not do anything to Chun Zong, even if he released all his strength. Panic. A trace of indescribable panic spread out from the depths of his heart. Secret method. Starlight battle body. In the blink of an eye, Sima Huanyu activated his secret technique. Immediately, countless starlight gathered from all directions, hovering and swirling, quickly gathering and covering Sima Huanyu's whole body, as if he was wearing a starlight heavy armor. In an instant, Sima Huanyu's body seemed to expand, looking mighty and overbearing. His every move was filled with amazing power. Boom! Under the starlight battle body, Sima Huanyu's eyes shot out like flying stars. Immediately, he slapped out a palm and blasted it from the sky. This palm condensed bright starlight with an extremely strong aura of the half-step starlight, Tao Will. It blasted down in an instant, as if it was going to explode the sky, and immediately brought a strong pressure to Chun Zong. Under the starlight battle body, the power of Sima Huanyu's every move was even more amazing. Every strike burst out with amazing power. Under the domain of heart, Chun Zong's expression was cold. He clearly saw the trajectory of Sima Huanyu's palm and could clearly feel the terrible power contained in it. Starlight. Destroy everything. The sword rose, the sword light shot out, and the blood light exploded. Blood splattering sword. The blood light shattered, but then the second sword, the third sword, and the fourth sword. Blessings come to mind. Celestial crystal battle body. Blood burst sword. The blood light exploded, and the impact seemed to destroy everything. Under the pressure brought by Sima Huanyu, the accumulation of the past burst out in an instant. Blood burst sword broke through from the entry level to the initial level. Blood burst sword was the second move of the blood drop sword technique. Its power was naturally stronger than blood splattering sword. Of course, the initial level of blood splattering sword was stronger than the entry level. But now, blood burst sword had also broken through to the initial level, and its power directly surpassed blood splattering sword. Blood splattering sword and blood burst sword had both reached the initial level, which meant that Chun Zong could officially comprehend the last move of the blood drop sword technique, which was also the most powerful move, Endless Blood Sea. But now, he was still fighting with Sima Huanyu, so he had no time to comprehend it. He had to defeat Sima Huanyu first. Misty Rain Morning Cloud. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, and he was undoubtedly a good target to sharpen his skills. Sima Huanyu also knew Qinzong's thoughts. He treated him as a sharpening stone, and he was extremely annoyed. "I want you to die," Sima Huanyu said angrily. His voice surged out from the depths of his throat. His eyes were extremely fierce, and his face was full of ferocious killing intent. Suddenly, his killing intent soared. It was like a volcano eruption, like a surging tide. The starlight was extremely bright. Beams of starlight shot out in all directions, and the aura was overwhelming. The night had completely fallen. In the twinkling of an eye, Sima Huanyu's starlight battle body expanded. It was 3 feet tall, sturdier, and more majestic. Suddenly, Qinzong had a feeling of looking up at a high mountain. Boom! As soon as Sima Huanyu made a move, countless starlight surrounded him and blasted. It was like a group of meteorites that destroyed everything falling, which made Qinzong's pupils shrink like needles. Strong. The power of this punch was extremely strong. It was more than 50% stronger than before. It was obviously beyond the limit of the misty rain Chao Yun. Even if it was the heart domain, although it would not be shaken, there was a feeling of being distorted. It seemed that the punch contained a unique and terrible force field, which was constantly rotating and fluctuating, distorting the surrounding space. Because of this, the heart domain had a feeling of being distorted. This blow immediately shocked Qinzong. Sima Huanyu had actually mastered such a skill. What was the mystery? A thought suddenly flashed through Qinzong's mind. Force field. It was a little similar to a force field, but it was not. The feeling of being specious was very strange. But in any case, the power of Sima Huanyu's blow was tyrannical enough to threaten him. However, the 50% increase in strength was not the most important factor. The most important factor was the force field that distorted everything. Even Qinzong's heart domain was affected. This was the first time Qinzong had encountered such a situation. Very strong. A very tyrannical blow. This blow was comprehended by Sima Huanyu these days. It was the most tyrannical move. The power of this move was very terrifying. With this move, Sima Huanyu was even confident that he could face a real first-level Saint Realm expert head-on. However, this move was not perfect. It was not easy to use. Once it was used, it would directly cause damage to the enemy and himself. Usually, Sima Huanyu did not have any intention to use it. But this time, he was completely infuriated by Qinzong. Blast him to pieces. The terrible power and strange distortion were difficult to resist. This blow is not bad. It already has the embryonic form of a force field. Indeed, unknowingly, a trace of the embryonic form of a force field has been integrated into the attack. In the sky, the 2 Saint Realm experts looked down. Their super eyesight allowed them to see everything clearly. They were talking to each other. Qinzong could not help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, a tyrannical and incomparably cold force that seemed to come from hell fluctuated from his body. It covered all directions and replaced the heart domain. Heavenly Fiend Force Field. The moment Qinzong displayed the Heavenly Fiend Force Field, the expressions of the 2 Saint Realm experts in the sky changed slightly. Their pupils shrank in an instant. Force Field. He has mastered a complete force field. The evil aura is amazing. This force field is closely related to the evil aura. The 2 native Saint Realm experts of the Heavenly Cloud State were shocked. It was amazing that a half-step Saint Realm expert had mastered a true force field. One had to know that even among the peerless heaven's prides of the Heavenly Cloud State, there were not many who had mastered a force field. No, his force field is a bit strange. It doesn't seem to belong to him, but it also seems to belong to him. One of the Saint Realm experts frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It should be some kind of special trump card, the other person explained. The 2 did not have any intention to investigate. Every peerless heaven's prides had their own secrets. Even they had their own secrets. What's more, they were in the middle of the state tournament and could not be disturbed. Moreover, since they felt that the force field did not seem to belong to that person, they could only speculate that it was some kind of trick left behind by other masters or borrowed treasures. Chapter 14:27. Heavenly Fiend Force Field. Invisible and colorless, it covered all directions, covering a radius of 20 meters, including Sima Huanyu. The extremely cold aura was like thousands of ice needles, fiercely piercing Sima Huanyu's mind, as if to pierce his knowledge sea, his spirit will, and his soul. Immediately, Sima Huanyu snorted and his face changed dramatically. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear around him, and an astonishing, baleful aura swept out like a hurricane. Sima Huanyu's spirit and will were extremely tough. He immediately knew that he had fallen into an illusion and wanted to get rid of it, but he found that it was difficult to do so. His mind was constantly impacted and disturbed, which affected the power of his terrifying move. The starlight armor outside his starlight battle armor fluctuated as if it was about to disintegrate. Sima Huanyu had to divert more attention to maintain it, which affected his own strength imperceptibly. The terrifying move he blasted out was also fluctuating. Chunzong drew his sword. Blood spurted out from the sword. With a flash of blood, it directly broke out. Sima Huanyu's strength was indeed very strong. The move he had just used was enough to threaten an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert, which made Chunzong feel greatly threatened. However, Chunzong released the Heavenly Fiend Force Field, which directly interfered with his opponent's impact and indirectly greatly reduced his strength. An ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert strength would be indirectly weakened by at least 30 to 40% in the face of the Heavenly Fiend Force Field. If Azura's doppelganger used it, the weakening would be even more obvious. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, but after all, he was not a real Saint Realm expert, so the weakening of the Heavenly Fiend Force Field was even more obvious. Sima Huanyu had no power to resist Chunzong's sword at all. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and nothing could stop it. Killing was not allowed in the state competition, and Chunzong did not intend to kill Sima Huanyu. That would make him lose his qualification, which was not worth it for Chunzong. However, he could injure Sima Huanyu and seize his beast core. In an instant, a bloodlight shot out and hit Sima Huanyu, who could not dodge. However, in that instant, a hint of light spread out like water ripples. Countless starlight was born from nothingness, and they gathered from all directions like tadpoles swimming over water. In the end, they condensed at one point, blocking Chunzong's sword attack. With a loud bang, countless starlights seemed to explode in an instant, bursting out with a terrible impact force that repelled Chunzong's sword. At the same time, Sima Huanyu's body flew back hundreds of meters in an instant. Without hesitation, with the help of the power of the starlight explosion, Sima Huanyu immediately burst out the remaining power, turned into a starlight, and flew away. The moment he flew out, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the heavens and pierce Chunzong full of holes. Chunzong was hit by the power of the exploding starlight. His sword trembled and his arm was numb. By the time he unloaded the power, Sima Huanyu had already turned into a streamer and flew away. It was too late to chase after him. What a pity, Chunzong said secretly. There should be a lot of beast cores in Sima Huanyu's storage ring, but Sima Huanyu escaped. However, Chunzong did not intend to chase after him. Just now, he had consumed a lot of strength in the battle with Sima Huanyu. If he chased after him and encountered other talents, would he be defeated because of his lack of strength? He had to be bold and aggressive, but also cautious. He had to restore his strength first. He could not take out the elixirs, so he could only restore his strength by running his cultivation method. In the distance, a meteor-like light fell. Sima Huanyu rushed forward a few steps and stopped, gasping. In the battle just now, he was defeated. If he had not had a defensive secret treasure, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. He was not far from being eliminated if he was seriously injured here. Hate! Sima Huanyu hated Chunzong. A rogue cultivator who was not worthy of his attention now had the strength to threaten him. Although he did not want to admit it, just now he had a very bad feeling that he was going to be killed. He smelled the smell of death. He hated it. After a while, Chunzong's strength was finally fully restored. Chunzong also gained a lot from the battle with Sima Huanyu. In all fairness, Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong. If he did not borrow the innate killing force field, he would not be his opponent. In that case, the strength of his own body might be similar to that of the peerless talent who ranked 10th on the Netherworld list. Maybe he was a little stronger, but not by much. But when he borrowed the innate killing force field, Sima Huanyu was not his opponent. He was almost crushed. In this way, Chunzong did not know what level his strength could reach after borrowing the innate killing force field. Was he ranked 8th on the Netherworld list? Or 7th? Or higher? Without comparison, he could not be sure. After all, every peerless talent had their own means. For example, Sima Huanyu's terrible power under the Starlight Battle Body made him feel a great threat. It was hard to guarantee that other peerless talents did not have their own unique skills or some secret treasures. Thinking of this, Chunzong became more and more cautious. He was not the only genius in the world, and he was not the only one with a trump card. But in any case, after defeating Sima Huanyu and proving his strength, Chunzong was more confident. Not long ago, his strength was far from what it was now. Potential. This was superhuman potential. Sima Huanyu, next time we fight, I don't need the power of the Azura doppelganger. I can defeat you with the strength of my own body, Chunzong said secretly with incomparable confidence. Yang Quan, I really want to test your current strength. There seem to be traces of black flames burning around He Yanzei's body, emitting a terrible aura, as if it could burn everything. Then give it a try. Yang Quan was wearing a golden red, blazing sun robe. His expression was arrogant, like a king. His indifferent tone had an indescribable momentum. Boom! A terrible aura suddenly erupted from He Yanzei's body. Black flames surged out in all directions, as if they were going to fill the world and burn everything into ashes. This terrifying aura was even more amazing than a First Heaven Saint realm expert. But Yang Quan did not move at all, as if he was not affected at all. Are they going to fight? The experts in the sky looked down and were slightly surprised. He Yanzei and Yang Quan were the strongest local sky prides in the heavenly cloud state. They had an amazing record of breaking through to the Saint realm with their own strength, without the help of external objects. Both of them had the talent and potential of a top-notch king-level expert. If they fought, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. But in the next breath, the terrifying black flames that seemed to burn everything in the world retracted into their bodies. The fierce look on He Yanzei's face disappeared in an instant. Now is not the time for you and me to fight. Let's wait until the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, black flames swirled around He Yanzei's body. He turned into a black flame and disappeared in an instant. Yang Quan's expression did not change at all, as if everything was under his control. In a flash, Yang Quan turned into a streak of golden red light and flew away. The experts in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. In all fairness, they did not want the two of them to fight. It was not a trivial matter. It would be bad if it affected the state competition. With Yang Quan, He Yanzei, and Yi Chendao's strength, it was certain that they would qualify for the state competition. They even had a 90% chance of entering the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly through the Dao competition. If they fought on their own, the internal friction might affect the final result. It was best if they did not fight. On the other side, the Heavenly Sword King, Yi Chendao, held a sword in his hand. The color of the sword light could not be seen clearly. It was like a swimming dragon, filled with the aura of the sky and the depths of the sea. Without any movement, the sword light shot out like a ray of light breaking through the clouds. It was incomparably fast and sharp. In an instant, a pseudo-high-tier, demonic beast hundreds of meters away was directly penetrated. It was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The sword light swirled, and the beast core flew into the heavenly sword king's hand. 1,550 points, Yi Chan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. If Zong were to hear this, he would be extremely shocked. Only 2 days had passed, and Yi Chundao had already accumulated 1,550 points. On the other hand, Zong only had slightly more than 400 points, not even 500. The difference was huge. It was several times more than what he had. However, Yi Chundao's strength was very strong, and he was strong enough to kill a saint in a head-on battle. With his strength, he naturally had no scruples and could kill demonic beasts faster to seize the beast cores. In addition, he could also rob others, and the speed of accumulating points would be faster. Taking a deep breath, Zong felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, He Yanzhe had asked how the points would be calculated if he killed a high-tier demonic beast. He did not expect to encounter a high-tier demonic beast. It seemed to be a first-tier, high-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a first heaven saint realm expert. It was a black bear, 3 meters tall. It was not very big among demonic beasts, but it exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely ferocious and violent, as if it wanted to crush Zong. The black bear stared at Zong with its huge eyes, as if it wanted to eat Zong. It brought about an extremely terrible pressure. Zong's muscles tightened, and his blood flowed like a river. A powerful half-saint level aura surrounded his body. His right hand grasped the hilt of the gilded mountain sword. He lowered his body slightly and shifted his center of gravity forward. He narrowed his eyes and contracted his pupils. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. He gathered 80% of his half-step sword intent. In the face of a high-tier demonic beast, even if it was just a high-tier demonic beast with an ordinary bloodline, he could not be too cautious. Zong was not Yang Quan, He Yanzhe, and Yi Chundao. He did not have such strength. The black bear also felt a trace of threat from Zong's body. It seemed to be very sharp, able to cut through its fur and injure it. Although high-tier demonic beasts could not speak human language, they already had good intelligence and could think normally. Of course, even if demonic beasts had intelligence, most of them did not have so many thoughts. They were more straightforward, just like some boors in the human race. Chapter 1428. The stench of blood assaulted Zong's face like a storm. Instantly, Zong's hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. In an instant, Zong felt like he was facing an ancient era, and he felt like he was about to be crushed by the roar. Pressure, a terrifying pressure, assaulted him, and this feeling was even greater than facing an ordinary First Heaven Saint realm expert. The black bear's speed was shocking, and it stirred up a black, demonic wind as it charged towards Zong. It lifted its paw, and it was as heavy as a black mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. Countless black, demonic winds revolved around it as it slammed down, as if it wanted to slap Zong into a meat patty and sink the earth. Rumbling sounds pierced through Zong's ears, and he felt dizzy as if a rock was stuffed into his brain. It was extremely uncomfortable. Strong. It was simply too tyrannical. An extremely terrifying pressure came from all directions, binding his body and making him unable to move in the slightest. Heart domain. The heart domain spread out, and the pressure was relieved. Zong regained his freedom, and the innate ferocious force field was released. In an instant, all the pressure disappeared. Under the impact of the innate ferocious force field, a trace of panic flashed across the black bear's eyes, but it was soon replaced by a scarlet color. It became frenzied, and its killing intent was shocking. It let out a series of terrifying roars, and the giant paw that was attacking Zong suddenly paused, and it slammed to the side. Compared to humans, demonic beasts were more intelligent, but they were more bestial. They were naturally violent and were more easily affected by the innate ferocious force field. However, the effect on demonic beasts was different from humans. Humans would be affected by the innate ferocious force field, and illusions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would appear, disturbing their minds and forcing them to resist. This would weaken their control over their own strength and indirectly affect their strength. On the other hand, demonic beasts would not resist the illusions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but would attack instead. This was because most demonic beasts would mistake the illusions for reality, and under the influence of the illusions, their bestial nature would erupt, and they would attack madly. In such a state, not only would the strength of a demonic beast not be weakened, it would instead become even more berserk due to its wild nature. Every strike would be at full strength, making it even more terrifying. At the very least, it would be 10 to 20% stronger than its normal state. But there was one thing, and that was that once the demonic beast became berserk, it would not be able to distinguish its true target. For example, at this very moment, the black bear demonic beast had originally slapped Shenzong, intending to smash Shenzong into a meat patty and smash him into pieces. But now, after a pause, it changed its direction. The terrible wind brushed past Shenzong's body and blasted a huge gully on the ground, as if an invisible earth dragon was pushing forward. The ground kept shaking, which shocked Shenzong. So powerful! What a terrible power! If he was hit, he would not be able to resist it at all with his physique and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. However, this blow did not hit Shenzong, but Shenzong was not afraid at all. He took a step forward, and the gilded mountain-heavy sword was unsheathed in an instant. A fierce golden sword light flashed, and the arc of light stretched out like a crescent moon, directly hitting the black bear demonic beast's body. Slash! The next scene shocked Shenzong. The gilded mountain-heavy sword slashed the black bear demonic beast's body, but did not cut it in half as expected. Instead, it was resisted by an extremely tough force. As a high-ranked demonic beast, not only was its flesh and blood extremely strong, which was countless times stronger than steel, but it was also covered by a layer of protective force, which further enhanced its defensive power. Therefore, Shenzong's sword only broke the protective force on the surface of the black bear demonic beast and slightly cut into the extremely tough skin membrane, causing a very slight injury. For the black bear demonic beast, it was not affected at all. Roar! The black bear demonic beast went berserk. It raised its extremely thick arms and fiercely struck out with its huge paws. Both of its paws rolled up an extremely terrifying black demonic wind, tearing and destroying everything, as if it would turn everything into powder. Shenzong could only retreat. The black bear demonic beast in its berserk state was extremely terrifying. It would kill anyone who stood in its way, like a god who stood in its way. Shenzong retreated, but did not go far away, because the black bear demonic beast became berserk under the influence of the innate killing force field, and the range of the innate killing force field was 20 meters. Shenzong could control the innate killing force field to 20 meters in one direction at most, and could not go further. This distance was actually very dangerous, because the black bear demonic beast in its berserk state was too powerful. Even if they were 20 meters apart, Shenzong could still feel the extremely horrifying wind whistling towards him, as if it was going to tear him apart. Using his movement skill, Shenzong kept dodging, but he had to keep a distance of 20 meters from the black bear. This distance was just right for him to use the innate killing force field to affect the black bear demonic beast, and it was the safest for him. Boom, boom, boom. Like an earthquake, everything shook and everything was bombarded into ruins. Under the black bear demonic beast's paws, the ground within 100 meters was completely shattered and collapsed. It was a ghastly sight, and it was horrifying. The black bear demonic beast did not seem to know fatigue, and it attacked madly. The powerhouses from the heavenly cloud state in the sky were naturally attracted to this scene, and when they looked over, they were immediately shocked. What kind of means did this person use? He could actually turn a high-rank class 1 demonic beast into such a state. It seemed to be some kind of force field. In an instant, Shenzong was remembered and left a deep impression on them. He just relied on some tricks. If it were Yang Quan and the others, they wouldn't have to do this. They could have killed this black bear directly. Another Saint Realm powerhouse sneered and said coldly. He was a powerhouse from the heavenly cloud state, and he was more inclined to be a prodigy from the heavenly cloud state. Of course, this was also related to his personality. The other powerhouse knew his opponent's personality, so he did not speak and did not argue with him, because there was no need to. However, this prodigy from outside the heavenly cloud state was indeed very extraordinary. Perhaps he had a chance to get a place in the state competition and enter the Tao competition. As for whether he could get a place in the Tao competition and enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, no one knew. No one could guarantee it. In fact, in the entire heavenly cloud state, except for Yang Quan, Heiyan Zhe, and Yi Chun Dao, no one else could guarantee that they could enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. Sometimes strength was important, but sometimes luck was also very important. On the ground, Chunzong was constantly circling around the violent black bear, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of its huge paws time and time again. It was as if he was walking on a steel wire, and below him was an endless hell. It was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Although the black bear demonic beast's movements were slightly clumsy, that was relatively speaking. For a half-step saint, it was still very fast. The most important thing was its strength, which was really terrifying. It was as if it could destroy mountains and crush everything. However, although the black bear demonic beast was very strong, its physical strength was not endless. Especially when it was in such a violent state, the consumption of its strength was even more astonishing. After a while, the black bear demonic beast's movements slowed down a little, and Chunzong was keenly aware of it. Chunzong's eyes flashed, and he continued to circle around, waiting for the right opportunity to come. As long as the black bear demonic beast's strength was almost exhausted, it would be the time for him to counterattack. At that time, he would be able to kill the black bear demonic beast and hopefully get a beast pill worth 1,000 points. Another moment passed, and half an hour had passed. The black bear demonic beast had consumed a lot of its strength. Its movements were at least 20% slower, and its strength was not as strong as before. It gradually felt like its strength was running out. However, it was still very strong. If Chunzong was hit head-on, he would probably die. Therefore, he needed to continue to consume its strength. Chunzong's strength was also constantly consumed, but relatively speaking, his consumption was much smaller because he was only using his body movement to circle around the black bear demonic beast. Under such a high-intensity crisis pressure, Chunzong also made great progress in his body movement and had a deeper understanding of it. Breakthrough. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique, which had improved to a higher level. Strength was comprehensive in nature. It was a combination of all aspects. The improvement of body movement also improved strength in a disguised way. On the other hand, the black bear demonic beast's aura weakened, and its movements became more sluggish. The strength of each of its attacks seemed to be insufficient. It's time to fight back. With a flash of extremely sharp cold light in his eyes, Chunzong made up his mind. He stepped out and avoided the black bear demonic beast attack in a flash. He approached the black bear demonic beast and swung his gilded heavy mountain sword horizontally. With the support of the 80% half-step sword intent, the sword edge instantly became extremely sharp, as if it could cut through all the hardened void between heaven and earth. In a flash, the sword edge cut through the black bear demonic beast's body. The layer of tyrannical protective power was immediately cut open, and the black bear demonic beast's tough skin also weakened due to the consumption of strength. It was immediately cut open by Chunzong's sword and went straight into its flesh. The flesh was torn apart. The intense pain caused the black bear to let out a furious roar. That furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. This demonic beast is not ordinary. In the distance, a flying figure suddenly stopped. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light, and the light kept flickering. That demonic beast seems to be injured as well. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and he immediately made up his mind. He once again used his body movement and quickly flew in the direction of the sound. This person's body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. It was as if an extremely hot flame was going to burn everything. In the distance, he saw two figures fighting fiercely. That's a high-ranked demonic beast. This person was immediately shocked. There was a high-ranked demonic beast, and he could tell that the high-ranked demonic beast was not in good condition. Its strength had been greatly reduced. Just in time, this person's eyes flickered with a myriad of thoughts. The beast core of a first-rank demonic beast was worth 1,000 points, which was a lot. Most importantly, killing a high-ranked demonic beast was also a great honor. In the entire Tianyin Prefecture, only Yang Quan, Brother Black Flame Zhe, and Yi Qindao had the strength to kill a Saint Realm expert, which represented supreme glory. If he could kill this high-ranked demonic beast, wouldn't he become the fourth person to obtain supreme glory? He also saw that the person fighting the black bear demonic beast was quite strong and seemed to have some extraordinary skills. However, he was stronger. Chapter 1429. The black bear was raging violently, attacking in all directions. Chunzong performed his movement art to continuously dodge the attacks, and at the same time, he waved his sword to counterattack. The 80% half-step sword intent cut through the bear's skin, leaving wounds one after another. Consumption. The black bear was too strong, so Chunzong could only use this method to kill it slowly. As long as he killed it and got its beast core, Chunzong would get 1,000 points, which was more than killing so many pseudo-high-rank demonic beasts before. Suddenly, an extremely strong feeling of danger assaulted him, causing the space between Chunzong's brows to twitch repeatedly. His figure spun to avoid the violent bombardment of the black bear, and at the same time, he looked towards another direction. He saw a blazing black light flash over at a shocking speed, and it was like a ball of burning and leaping flames that was terrifying to the extreme. The source of the danger was the Black Flame. The Black Flame clan. Chunzong hadn't been in the Tianyin Prefecture for long, but he recognized the man's characteristics. He was from the Black Flame clan, which was the same clan as Black Flame Zhe. Was he Black Flame Zhe? The man gave him a strong sense of danger, almost as strong as the black bear, but there was still a gap. He shouldn't be Black Flame Zhe. After all, there were 3 disciples of the Black Flame clan on the list of talents, including Black Flame Zhe. This man might be one of the other 2. When they were several hundred meters away, the other party made his move. A huge ball of black flames shot through the sky like a meteor. It carried an extremely terrifying might as it blasted over with the power to destroy everything. Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. The black flame made him feel the breath of death. The berserk black bear demonic beast also felt it. In terms of instinctive perception, demonic beasts were much better than human beings. They immediately felt the danger of being killed. Maybe they wouldn't die if they were hit, but they definitely wouldn't feel good. In the crisis of life and death, the black bear got rid of the influence of the innate killing force field and burst out all its power in an instant. The red light spread and condensed on its palm, and then it fiercely attacked. This was the explosion of power under the pressure of a life and death crisis. At the same time, Chunzong attacked with his sword, and the blood light exploded. The 80% half-step sword intent. One sword burst blood. Instead of moving forward, Chunzong performed the flowing light, flying shadow, and retreated rapidly. Boom! In an instant, Chunzong's blood-burst sword and the black bear's all-out attack collided with the black flame that was like a meteor. They paused for a moment, as if they wanted to fight back, but were defeated in an instant, like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, the black flame meteorite arrived and struck the black bear demonic beast. It exploded and turned into a terrifying torrent of black flame that swallowed the black bear demonic beast in an instant. Chunzong, on the other hand, quickly retreated out of the range of the black flames. Immediately, he felt a terrifying wave of heat surging towards him. It was so hot that it felt like it was going to roast him dry. His heart was filled with shock, but his expression sank, and his eyes emitted an incomparably fierce, killing intent. Since he had tried to kill him, he showed no mercy and deserved to die. However, Chunzong did not let the killing intent get to his head. Instead, he retreated again and again until he was far enough away to observe the situation. Roar! A large cluster of black flames raged, continuously fluctuating and emitting waves of extremely frightening, explosive sounds. Its momentum was like a tide. Immediately, an extremely frightening and furious roar sounded from within the black flames and charged out. An astonishing power burst out and tore the black flame apart, revealing the black bear demonic beast body. The extremely strong body was scorched black, as if it had been burned for a long time. Many charred wounds could be seen. It was not dead. The black bear demonic beast resisted the attack of the black flame with its powerful strength and amazing vitality. Even so, the black bear demonic beast was seriously injured. Originally, it was already disturbed by Chunzong's heaven's ferocious force, causing it to go berserk. After continuously attacking with all its might, it had already used up 60 to 70% of its strength. After that, it fought with Chunzong and was slashed by Chunzong's sword. Although the injuries from each slash were not serious, there were too many slashes and the black bear's strength was continuously depleted. Because of this, the black bear demonic beast was seriously injured by the black flame. Otherwise, if the black bear demonic beast was in its peak condition, it would be able to destroy the black flame without suffering any injuries. Now, the black bear demonic beast did not have much strength left. Its injuries were not light, and its strength was greatly reduced. It was the best time to kill it. Chunzong was confident that he could kill the black bear demonic beast with only 3 attacks and get the beast core that was worth 1,000 points. However, Chunzong still did not make a move, because the Black Flame Clan's prodigy was approaching the black bear demonic beast and attacking again. A fist broke through the air and blasted out. The terrifying black fist energy was like a black flame burning fiercely. It was like a black meteor piercing through the air. Its power was extremely terrifying. Chunzong felt a wave of shocking heat coming at him from afar, as if it wanted to burn him into ashes. This attack contained a strong Dao aura. It seemed to be a kind of half-step fire Dao intent, but Chunzong did not know what kind of fire Dao intent it was. He could only feel that it was a kind of half-step Dao intent with extremely terrifying power. It was extremely shocking. Boom! The punch directly hit the black bear demonic beast. The black bear demonic beast's movements were a little slower, and it was unable to defend itself in time. It was instantly hit, and its strong but charred body swayed as it retreated continuously. A broken and charred hole appeared where it was hit, and its blood was evaporated and burned. The black bear demonic beast let out a painful roar. It was filled with grief, indignation, and rage. The desperate struggle of a cornered beast. This black bear demonic beast did not care about its own injuries as it unleashed all of its remaining strength. Like a heavy war chariot, it charged forward with murderous intent. Even if it died, it would drag its opponent down with it and perish together with it. The counterattack of the black bear demonic beast in a desperate situation was extremely frightening. Even though it did not have much strength left, it still erupted with an extremely shocking might. This black bear demonic beast was a first heaven high-grade demonic beast. Its strength was much stronger than an early first heaven saint realm cultivator. Its body was extremely strong, and its vitality was tenacious. Moreover, it had survived countless life and death battles. Its battle instincts and willpower were shocking. Even if it was in a desperate situation, it did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, it fought to its death. "You're courting death." He Yinlin's face was cold and murderous. If the black bear demonic beast was at its peak, he would not dare to fight it. Even if he used all his strength, he would at most be able to injure it. However, the black bear demonic beast's strength had decreased significantly. It was a good opportunity to kill it. Killing the black bear demonic beast would not only give him a beast core worth 1,000 points, but he would also gain the supreme glory of killing a high-grade demonic beast. It could be said that he would gain both fame and fortune. Fight! He Yin used all his strength. His fists burned with black flames as he bombarded the black bear demonic beast. Every punch not only contained terrifying power, but also an indescribable mystery. The black bear demonic beast was unable to dodge and was bombarded by punch after punch. Its injuries accumulated and worsened. Once it exploded, the black bear demonic beast would die without a doubt. While it was being attacked, the black bear demonic beast frantically counterattacked. Its palms were like meteors flying towards He Yin, but He Yin continuously dodged them, leaving behind terrifying holes in the ground. Take advantage of this opportunity. A light flashed in Chunzong's eyes as he made a prompt decision. Or leave. If he did not leave, now was the best time to attack. Otherwise, when the black bear demonic beast was killed, it would come for him. While the black bear demonic beast was still alive, he could restrain the black bear demonic beast to a certain extent. He took a step forward and turned into a flash of light with astonishing speed. His sword moved along with him, turning into a streak of bloody light. His speed was extremely fast. Blood-spurting sword. Without hesitation, without mercy, a sword pierced through the sky and attacked. The blood-spurting sword, under the influence of the 80% half-step sword intent, had reached the extreme speed. Its power was also very terrifying. Moreover, it was executed with a gilded mountainous sword that weighed 150,000 pounds, so it had an indescribable forcefulness. When it arrived, it seemed to shatter the sky. He Yinlin's expression suddenly changed. Immediately, his eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. You're courting death. In a rage, He Yinlin threw a punch at the black bear demonic beast and another punch at Chunzong's sword light. Under the extremely terrifying half-step blazing fire Dao intent, the power of the punch reached the extreme. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. The terrifying power contained in it seemed to be able to turn everything into ashes. The fist force collided with the sword light. After a slight pause, the sword light was shattered. This made Chunzong extremely shocked. Seeing that the black fist force was approaching like a meteor, Chunzong threw out a second attack. Shatter. Close. Chop down. The gilded mountainous sword immediately rolled up a terrifying storm, smashing everything into pieces. Facing the black bear demonic beast and Chunzong, the pressure on He Yin suddenly increased. You're all going to die. He Yin was extremely furious. With a boom, a terrifying black flame immediately burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and burned fiercely. An astonishing heat constantly spread out, as if it was going to burn everything between heaven and earth into ashes. Chunzong retreated in an instant. He only felt the heat wave coming at him. He felt like he was going to be roasted into a jerky. The black bear demonic beast roared again and again, but it did not retreat. It still attacked violently, but its power was getting weaker and weaker. The threat it brought to He Yinlin was also getting smaller. The threat He Yinlin brought to Chunzong was very, very strong. Innate ferocious force field. In an instant, the power of the innate ferocious force field enveloped He Yinlin. He Yinlin frowned and resisted it immediately. Chunzong was extremely surprised. The innate ferocious force field had actually lost its effect. No, it should not be said that it had lost its effect. Instead, it seemed that the opponent had some kind of method or treasure that could resist the attack of the innate ferocious force field. After all, the innate ferocious force field targeted the opponent's mind and soul. It caused illusions and indirectly affected one's strength. If one's mind and soul were strong enough, one could resist it. Similarly, if one had a treasure that could resist the attack of the innate ferocious force field, one would be safe and sound. So this is what you're relying on. Die. He Yinlin sneered. In a short moment, he got rid of the impact and influence of the innate ferocious force field and struck out with his palm. The black palm print was burning fiercely, as if it was going to cover heaven and earth and burn it into ashes. Among them, 80% of the half-step blazing fire Dao was contained in it. Its power was unparalleled. I can only borrow the power of the Azura clone, Chunzong thought to himself. Chapter 1430. Azura's Avatar. Power descended. There was a loud rumble in his body, and it was as if thunder had gone berserk. Terrifying, holy fiendish chi instantly surged out. The holy fiendish force was the power of the Saint Rudiment stage, and it was the condensation of terrifying, baleful chi. It was even more terrifying than the power of an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage. With Chunzong's cultivation base and physique, it was actually difficult for him to withstand it completely. He could only exert a portion of its power. Even though it was just a part of his power, it was enough to greatly increase Chunzong's strength. An extremely tyrannical power filled his body, limbs, and bones. It seemed as if they were about to explode. It was much more tyrannical than the half-saint power that he had cultivated with the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique. After all, the Taiyuan cloud scraping art was only a saint-level upper grade, and its power was only at the half-saint level. The Burning Fiend Azura art was a top-grade saint class art. Even if it was only missing the last 3 levels, it was still better than a high-grade saint class art. Not to mention, in this period of time, Azura Avatar Chinshio had cultivated the Burning Fiend Azura art to the 14th level. If he could bear the full weight of Chinshio's holy fiendish chi, the strength he could unleash would be terrifying. It would be on par with the Saint Rudiment stage. Even now, Chunzong could only unleash a small portion of the Holy Ferocious Force's power, but it was enough to increase his strength significantly. The murderous aura was like a dragon. With one strike, the Holy Ferocious Force that contained a portion of the Holy Ferocious Force exploded with an astonishing power. Combined with the 80% half-step sword will, the sword pierced through the air. The dragon's roar reverberated high up in the sky. Its momentum was astonishing and intimidating in all directions. He Yinlin was shocked. His pupils dilated and constricted as he stared at the gray flood dragon with murderous aura. He felt a sense of danger. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The black palm and the murderous aura collided in an instant. There was a slight pause, and then it exploded. The terrifying power of the collision spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. Black Flame Monarch. He Yinlin made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he formed a seal with both hands and unleashed the Black Flame clan's secret art. In the blink of an eye, countless black auras spread out from his body, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they surged endlessly and gathered in the air. Descend. With a loud roar, his momentum was like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless blazing auras gathered and condensed into a black figure in the air behind He Yinlin. Only the upper half of the figure was condensed. Although it wasn't solid enough, it gave off a powerful feeling. The lower half of the figure was like a black spiral fog that merged into the void. An astonishing fiery aura spread out crazily, covering the sky and earth as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Kill! He Yinlin raised his right arm and struck out with his palm. The tall Black Flame Sovereign King behind him also raised his right arm. It was as though there were tens of thousands of Yuan Qi accompanying him, causing him to tremble. Boom! A towering palm blasted out, seemingly wanting to shatter everything in front of it. Spirit-level martial arts drew upon a portion of the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi. Therefore, it gave people a feeling of grandeur. However, compared to saint-level martial arts, it gave people a feeling of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Saint-level martial arts also drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth, but it merged the power of the heavens and the earth into the martial arts. Therefore, it seemed that the power of the heavens and the earth was not as great as spirit-level martial arts, but it was more restrained and its power was many times more tyrannical. If the power of the heavens and the earth drawn by spirit-level martial arts was compared to mist and water vapor, it covered a large area, but its power was scattered. However, The power of the heavens and the earth drawn by saint-level martial arts was like water, a highly condensed mist and water vapor. In terms of quality, it was much better and more condensed. As for whether the so-called power was majestic and mighty, if there was enough water, it would be like a tide, naturally majestic and astonishing. Whether it was He Yanlin or Chun Zong, they were both using saint-level martial arts. Moreover, they were all very advanced saint-level martial arts. The power of the heavens and the earth that they drew upon was extremely astonishing and terrifying. The Black Flame's Sovereign King's palm blasted out, immediately bringing great pressure to Qinzong. A sword, murderous thunder. The sword light transformed into a bolt of gray lightning, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it tore through the air. This sword was much more tyrannical than the murderous dragon. The Azura doppelganger was condensed from a pure sea of murderous chi. It cultivated the Burning Fiend Azura skill and the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique that were incomparably compatible. Its progress was naturally incomparably astonishing. The Burning Fiend Azura sword technique always had 4 moves, or rather 4 realms. The first move, the first realm, was the Murderous Dragon. The second move, which was also the second realm, was the Murderous Thunder. What the Azura doppelganger knew, Chun Zong's original body also knew. However, it was not as profound as the Azura doppelganger. This was because Chun Zong's original body did not deliberately comprehend and cultivate. After all, the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique could only be unleashed with the power of the Burning Fiend Azura skill. In addition, he still needed to cultivate other things. Time was limited, so Chun Zong did not comprehend the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique. However, he could still unleash a portion of its power. The gray lightning-like sword light instantly collided with the Black Flame's Sovereign King's palm. They both paused and then exploded. Black Flame's Qing Song hand. With a low roar, the Black Flame's Sovereign King's eyes emitted a shocking light, as if piercing through the void. Immediately, he raised his hand, burning with extremely terrifying raging flames. It spread out in all directions, and an incomparably scorching aura swept through the heavens and earth. With a palm strike, a huge palm print condensed from black flames descended from the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, as if it had transformed into a world. Black flames. Qing Tsang, an astonishing pressure, fell from the sky, landing on Chun Zong's body. Suddenly, Chun Zong felt as if his entire body was suppressed, unable to move. There was also an extremely terrifying, scorching aura crazily spreading from all directions. It wanted to drill into his body, burn his blood, and turn him into ashes. Roar! The black bear, demonic beast, rushed over. It raised its huge bare paw and ruthlessly slammed it towards Black Flame Lin. Scram! The Black Flame Sovereign King attacked Shinzong, but Black Flame Lin could actually divert his attention to deal with the black bear demonic beast. A terrifying palm strike blasted out. It was also the Black Flame's Qing Song hand. Its power was astonishing. However, compared to the Black Flame's Qing Song hand displayed by the Black Flame Sovereign King, there was still a big gap. The black bear demonic beast, which had little strength left, was immediately sent flying by the palm strike. The Black Flame's Sovereign King's palm also blasted towards Chun Zong, as if it wanted to smash Chun Zong into the ground and shatter the earth together. Celestial Crystal Battle Body. The secret technique was displayed, and it exploded in an instant. Even though the Celestial Crystal Battle Body's increase in strength was minimal with the help of the Holy Ferocious Force, it was better than nothing. Heart Realm. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure was neutralized. Chun Zong's expression was cold and solemn. The light in his eyes was as sharp as a sword's edge, as if it could pierce through the black palm and pierce through the sky. The strongest sword move. Sky-shattering demonic chi. Boom! The Holy Ferocious Force blasted out in an instant without any reservation. The corner of Chun Zong's eyes twitched unconsciously. The holy ferocious force that was unleashed at full force had placed a great burden on his body. This sword move was obviously not something that he could fully control. Sky-shattering demonic chi, the third stage of the burning demonic Azura sword technique. The strongest sword move shattered the sky. The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth changed colors. Even though it was just a beginner's sword move, it exploded with astonishing power. This sword move was extremely condensed with the holy ferocious force, the power of heaven and earth, and the half-step sword intent. All the power was highly condensed within. It was as if the wood had turned into steel. It was extremely terrifying. The huge black palm print was instantly pierced through. A ray of sword light that was filled with dazzling gray chaotic light pierced through and shot towards He Yin-Lin. Block it! He Yin-Lin's expression changed drastically. He roared and clasped his palms together. The Black Flame King clasped his palms together and slashed fiercely, using offense as defense. Boom! The sword chi flew in all directions and tore through heaven and earth. Kill! Shenzong roared. He suppressed the discomfort in his body and slashed out with his sword. Holy ferocious thunder. Although the power of this sword move was not as strong as the holy ferocious sky shattering, it was still very powerful. It pierced through the chaotic and violent power and charged towards He Yin-Lin. He Yin-Lin's face was aghast. He had used all his strength to block the sword move just now. He could not block this sword move. Retreat. Without hesitation, He Yin-Lin retreated quickly. However, the sword move was still coming. It was as swift and violent as thunder. Retreat, retreat, retreat. As He Yin-Lin retreated, he continued to attack with both hands. Fist energy tore through the air, shattering the sword light. He Yin-Lin gave Chunzong a deep look before using his movement technique. He immediately turned into a beam of light and circled around from the side to attack again. Chunzong frowned slightly. He had borrowed the power of the Azura doppelganger. Although it was strong enough to fight with the peerless geniuses on the list of geniuses, the disadvantage was obvious. It could not be sustained for long. When he used the sword move just now, the holy ferocious sky shattering was extremely powerful. However, it also increased the burden on him. With a thought, Chunzong immediately dodged his opponent and rushed towards the black bear. Holy ferocious thunder. A sword slashed through the air. The black bear was severely injured. Its strength had dropped to the freezing point, and its defensive power had disappeared. Even its tyrannical body was not as strong as before. It could not block Shinzong's sword move at all. With a boom, it was as if a bolt of lightning had broken through the sky. It directly shattered half of the black bear's body, and a beast pill flew out. Shinzong flew over like a bolt of lightning, grabbed the beast core, put it into his storage ring, and immediately ran away. He Yin-Lin almost vomited blood. He immediately unleashed his strength and chased after him. 1,000 points. That was a beast core worth 1,000 points. Not only was it snatched away by his opponent, but the black bear was also killed. This scene cannot be faked. There are powerhouses watching from above. This little brat is really good. A Saint Realm powerhouse nodded with a smile. He's just an opportunist. Another Saint Realm powerhouse coldly snorted with a look of disdain. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi under the holy ferocious force slashed towards He Yin-Lin like a crescent moon. This sword move could not hurt He Yin-Lin, but it could slow him down. Shinzong would not let go of a beast core that was worth 1,000 points. He Yin-Lin attacked and directly shattered the sword chi. His body paused for a moment before he chased after the black bear again. His face was filled with a cold, murderous intent. The black aura on his body surged wildly. He could not forgive Shinzong for killing the black bear right under his nose and snatching its beast core that was worth 1,000 points. The crazy pursuit put a lot of pressure on Shinzong. The burden of the holy ferocious force grew stronger and stronger. Chunzong felt like his body was constantly being pricked by countless needles. It was very uncomfortable. In desperation, Chunzong could only urge the power of the blood-dripping sword seal. Endless Blood Sea. Chapter 1431. The sea of blood surged and covered the sky, and an extremely terrifying energy surged and surged in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Chunzong fled far away, while He Yin-lin faced the endless bombardment of the Blood Sea. He had no choice but to gather all his strength to resist. Chunzong had used this move to block a first-level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Although He Yin-lin was strong and had many tricks up his sleeve, he was not a true Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He had to use all his strength to resist the Endless Blood Sea. However, although the Endless Blood Sea was powerful, it was not enough to injure He Yin-lin. Chunzong did not need to injure He Yin-lin. He only needed to delay him for a while. He fled far away and erased his aura, making it harder for He Yin-lin to chase after him. Chunzong returned the fiendish saint energy to his Azura avatar when he did not sense any danger. He immediately felt a stabbing pain all over his body, as though he was being pricked by countless needles. It was very uncomfortable. He circulated the Great Abyss Cloud scraping skill to relieve the pain and burden. It gradually eased and disappeared. His body, which had consumed a great deal of energy, was gradually recovering. The heaven and earth origin energy here was more than twice as rich and pure as in the mystic underworld territory. His recovery speed was faster when he circulated the Great Abyss Cloud scraping skill. After a while, Chunzong's strength was fully recovered, and he even improved a little. His strength seemed to have improved. Chunzong became more cautious. He searched for demonic beasts to hunt while avoiding the powerful sky prides. Although Chunzong wanted to fight with them, and it did not matter even if he lost, this was a matter of great importance. It was related to the mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, and he could not afford to lose. He could only endure for the time being. He accumulated and refined his strength as he waited for the moment to erupt. The beast cores in his spatial ring continued to increase, and so did his points. The third day, the fourth day, Chunzong had accumulated more than 2,000 points. Of course, if he had not killed the first-level advanced black bear demonic beast and successfully obtained its beast core, Chunzong's points would only have exceeded 1,000 points. 1,000 points and 2,000 points were two different concepts. With more than 2,000 points, I wonder if I can get into the top 30? Chunzong thought to himself. Without a clear reference target, Chunzong could not be sure. But no matter what, he could only continue to work hard and do his best to obtain beast cores and accumulate points. Only by completing the regional competition with a higher number of points would he have a higher chance of obtaining one of the 30 spots. The fifth day, time passed slowly. There were only 6 hours left until the end. Die! Chunzong's sword pierced through the air and instantly killed a pseudo-high-rank demonic beast, obtaining its beast core and more points. More than 2,400 points. We don't have much time left. Let's continue hunting. Chunzong's eyes flashed as he said to himself. However, the number of demonic beasts in this area was actually limited. After all, they were restricted by the experts of the heavenly cloud state. Every time one was killed, there would be one less. In the next 6 hours, Chunzong did not find many demonic beasts to kill. Suddenly, a terrible breath locked on to Chunzong from afar and rapidly approached him. The breath was as vast and boundless as an abyss and immediately brought indescribable pressure to Chunzong. So strong, Chunzong's pupils contracted. This breath was not weaker than that of the Black Flame Forest. It seemed to be even stronger. Time is almost up. It's not a good time to fight. Chunzong thought to himself. Without hesitation, he turned around and displayed the flowing light flying shadow to the extreme and flew away. Want to escape? Leave your storage ring. An extremely cold voice pierced through the air like a sword and penetrated Chunzong's eardrums. It seemed to penetrate his eardrums and mince his sea of consciousness. Chunzong was secretly shocked. This voice contained such a terrible spiritual impact. An ordinary half-saint could not resist it at all and would be defeated in an instant. However, Chunzong's soul was very strong. His sea of consciousness and spiritual will were also very strong. He directly resisted the impact of the opponent's momentum and willpower. He was safe and sound, and his speed was not reduced at all. The opponent was secretly shocked. Who was this person who could resist the impact of his momentum and willpower? However, this person's speed was extremely fast, even faster than Chunzong's. He was constantly closing the distance between them. His amazing coercion made Chunzong somewhat frightened. Perhaps only by borrowing the power of Shura Doppelganger could he compete with him, but it was unlikely that he could defeat him. Moreover, borrowing the power of Shura Doppelganger would cause him a lot of burden. The longer he used it, the greater the burden. Chunzong did not want to borrow it unless it was absolutely necessary. Close. The man kept closing in and was less than 5,000 meters away from Chunzong. For ordinary people, 5,000 meters might be very far. However, for a high-level half-saint genius, 5,000 meters was nothing. He could fly over it in the blink of an eye. For 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. The closer he got, the greater the pressure, which made Chunzong's face turn serious. Stop it! His low cry was suffused with a shocking chill. Soon after, he straightened his palm like a blade and slashed through the air. An extremely frightening cold blade light slashed through space and blasted out. It was as powerful as thunder and mercilessly blasted towards Chunzong. It seemed as though it wanted to cut Chunzong into two with a single slash. Chunzong felt a chill on his back. He felt like he was being split open. He turned around and unsheathed his sword. Blood explosion. The powerful sword slashed out. The blood light surged and exploded repeatedly, bursting out with amazing power. It blasted toward the fierce knife light. In an instant, the blood light surged and shattered, but it also blocked the knife light. Chunzong flew out without slowing down. 500 meters. The distance was getting closer. Water-breaking blade. The knife light was bright and cold. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light blooming in the sky. It was like a divine light with endless mysteries. The power of this knife was more than twice as strong as the one from before. Chunzong felt a chill on his back and goosebumps all over his body. Misty rain morning cloud. The most powerful sword slash was performed. The sword light disappeared. It was like smoke, like torrential rain, and like rolling clouds. The sword energy was everywhere. Barely managing to block the saber, Chunzong felt an extremely terrifying force rushing towards him. While his chi and blood surged, Chunzong borrowed the terrifying force of the saber to instantly fly backwards, once again widening the distance between them. Do I have to borrow the power of Azura's doppelganger again? Chunzong flew backward while watching his opponent approach with the knife. His heart sank. Attention, everyone. The time for the regional competition is up. Immediately go to the Cloud Wilderness Swamp to calculate the results. No delay. A vast, mighty, and deep voice suddenly resounded. It was like the rumbling of divine thunder at the beginning of the world, and it entered everyone's ears. You're lucky. The man who chased Chunzong with a knife suddenly sneered, turned around, and flew toward the outside of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Chunzong also performed his body movement and quickly went out of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. He didn't know if he could get 1 to 30 places with his more than 2,500 points. Unknown. Now he could only wait and see. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. Many figures flew quickly toward the outside of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Chunzong met Sima Huanyu again. When Sima Huanyu saw Chunzong, his face was cold. His eyes emitted a sharp, cold light, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. Chunzong just glanced at Sima Huanyu and didn't pay attention to him. Now, Sima Huanyu was no longer his opponent. Although Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong and could completely suppress him before, after that battle, Chunzong fought with a stronger opponent. His vision was broadened, and his strength was further enhanced. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't look down on Sima Huanyu, because his opponent was a peerless genius. When he arrived at the exit of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, Chunzong also met He Yinlin. He Yinlin's eyes seemed to be burning with a terrible black flame, as if he wanted to turn Chunzong into ashes. The anger and killing intent in his eyes were clearly visible, and others could feel it. Being stared at by He Yinlin like this, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little pressure. You'd better hope that you don't pass the regional competition. He Yinlin's voice was extremely cold, containing an amazing power and violence. He directly threatened Chunzong. When Chunzong heard this, he only smiled slightly and looked at the other party fearlessly. Past the regional competition. Of course, if there was even half a chance, Chunzong would fight for himself. Although a peerless genius was very strong, much stronger than himself, it wasn't enough to be his obstacle. There were a total of 180 geniuses who entered the Cloud Desolate Great Lake. However, Chunzong realized that there were less than 180 geniuses who came out of the Cloud Desolate Great Lake. There were 162 geniuses. Perhaps they encountered some danger that they couldn't defeat and could only use their tokens to save their lives, so they gave up. Now, take out all the beast cores in your storage rings. A powerhouse opened his mouth and said. Immediately, the 162 geniuses took out the beast cores in their storage rings and piled them up in front of them. At a glance, one could see who would be eliminated because the gap was very big. In front of some geniuses, the beast cores were like a small hill, while in front of some geniuses there were not many beast cores, only a few dozen. When the geniuses with few beast cores saw this, their faces turned gloomy because they knew clearly that they had no chance and could only be eliminated. As for those geniuses who had a lot of beast cores, some of them looked calm and confident, while others smiled. It was as if they were about to get a spot. Chunzong took a deep breath. He didn't have a lot of beast cores, but there was one that was worth 1,000 points. Therefore, it wasn't easy to judge whether he would be able to get one of the spots. Yang Quan, 5,520 points. He Yinzai, 5,521 points. Yi Chandao, 5,518 points. A powerhouse's divine sense swept across and immediately converted everyone's beast cores into points. It was extremely accurate and reported one by one. Hearing the points of Yang Quan, He Yinzai, and Yi Chandao, everyone was shocked. They knew very well how many points they had. Compared to more than 5,000 points, the difference was simply too big. Chunzong's heart sank slightly. Chapter 1432. Everyone was shocked by the points obtained by Yang Quan, He Yinza, and Yi Chandao. Soon after, the expert began to announce the points obtained by the others. However, he seemed to only announce the points obtained by the 30 people in the regional tournament. The fourth person was Yang Feng, who was from the same family as Yang Quan. He obtained more than 4,200 points, which was more than 1,000 points less than the top 3 supreme geniuses. The difference was obvious. The fifth person obtained more than 4,100 points, which was closer to Yang Feng's. The sixth person, the seventh person, the eighth person, the ninth person, the 10th person, 4,100 points. More than 4,000 points. More than 3,900 points. More than 3,800 points. More than 3,700 points. The further down the list, the fewer points they obtained. However, they all obtained more than 3,000 points, which was surprising. Many people were frustrated because they felt that they had no hope of obtaining a spot. Some people were nervous and unsure if they could obtain a spot. 10, 15. As the number of spots that had not been announced decreased, Chunzong could not help but take a deep breath. There were 20 spots left. The 20th person also obtained more than 3,000 points. Among the 20 people, the fierce Phoenix King, Feng Yinyan, and the Xinming Prince, Su Mubai, were among them. In addition, the top supreme geniuses of the Hengjiang Prefecture and Tong Mountain Prefecture were among them. 10. There were only 10 spots left. Subconsciously, some supreme geniuses who felt that they had a chance of obtaining a spot clenched their fists. He Yinlin, who had fought with Chunzong, was also among the 20 spots. The disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect who had chased after Chunzong with a long saber was also among them. His name was Long Zhan. The 21st spot. Zhao Xingkong obtained more than 2,900 points. Zhao Xingkong heaved a sigh of relief at that moment, and his clenched left hand loosened. As the second supreme genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, it would be embarrassing if he could not obtain a spot. Immediately, the second supreme geniuses of the Hengjiang Prefecture and Tong Mountain Prefecture obtained a spot. The 24th spot was obtained by the second supreme genius of the Xianming territory, Jian Lingxiao. After obtaining a spot, Chunzong noticed that Jian Lingxiao's brows relaxed slightly. The spots were very important. Obtaining a spot meant that one could enter the Taoist competition. If one did not obtain a spot, it meant that one had no chance of entering the Taoist competition. The Tao competition was the key to participating in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. Chunzong found that he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was a matter of great importance, so he couldn't help but feel emotional. The 25th spot, 26th place, the 27th spot. They were obtained by the Sky Prides of Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture, respectively. The 28th and 29th spots were taken by the local prodigies of the Heavenly Cloud State. There was only one spot left. All the prodigies who felt that they had a chance to get a spot started to breathe rapidly. Chunzong subconsciously took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The 30th spot. There was only one spot left, but who knew whose score would be announced? The 30th person. After the announcement, the strong cultivator's tone became heavier, and he paused for a moment. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone's hearts to become more and more nervous. They felt that every breath had become longer, and the air was filled with traces of anxiety. The 30th spot. That expert seemed to have sensed this as well, and purposely teased them. He repeated his words, making them even more nervous. 2,452 points. The expert didn't directly announce the name, but instead announced the points. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically because they didn't seem to have just 2,452 points. Chunzong was stunned at first, and then a touch of joy appeared on his face. It seemed that he had 2,452 points. Chunzong. As soon as the two words fell, a name entered everyone's ears, as if it was the final word. Great joy immediately surged into Chunzong's heart, and he was extremely excited. He had gotten a spot. He had gotten a spot as he wished. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? One of the Sky Prides of the Heavenly Cloud State suddenly lost his composure and slashed the ground with his saber, creating a long gully in the ground. He vented his anger viciously. He had 2,451 points. He was so close, so close. Fan Lin. The expert said another name, which puzzled everyone. You two have the same number of points, the expert said. Chunzong immediately felt two extremely sharp gazes piercing through the air, and they were as cold as the tip of a sword. It was Fan Lin's gaze. Fan Lin was dressed in a cyan sword suit, with a cyan scaly long sword at his waist. There seemed to be invisible sword chi around him, and his eyes were so sharp that they seemed to contain the tip of a sword. The 30th spot will be taken between the two of you, the expert said again. It's up to you to decide who the spot belongs to. My name is Fan Lin, and I'm a core disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect. Give me the spot, and I'll owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me, and I'll do my best to help you. Fan Lin stared at Chunzong with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to put enough pressure on Chunzong. His tone was a little cold, and it was as sharp and direct as the tip of a sword. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed and was about to strike. It had the sharpness of a sword and the momentum of heaven and earth. His sharp words were like the sharpness of a sword. He revealed his identity, and with the momentum of the Heavenly Cloud sect, he was like the momentum of heaven and earth. Compared to him, Chunzong was just a sky pride from outside the Xianyuan dynasty, and he was nothing at all. You also practice swordsmanship, and we'll see who's better. Zong's response was unexpectedly direct. It was like a divine sword had been unsheathed, and there was no way to beat around the bush. Why beat around the bush? In the face of such a situation, Zong couldn't beat around the bush. He was determined to get the spot. If he didn't have enough points, he would have to give up. However, he had enough points to get the 30th spot, but there was someone who had the same number of points as him, which meant that there was one more competitor. If that was the case, then let's compete and rely on our own abilities and means. Fan Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. How dare Zong not give him face? Very well, you asked for a defeat, and I'll grant you a defeat. Fan Lin smiled coldly, and his words became sharper, as did his gaze. In terms of words, Fan Lin didn't lose at all, and he was determined to gain the upper hand. However, this kind of forceful momentum had no effect on Zong, and it was useless. When practicing swordsmanship, the winner would be determined by the sword. The winner would get the spot, and the loser would be eliminated. It was very direct and simple, and it was also very suitable for practitioners. In the world of practitioners, the weak were prey to the strong. As soon as the words fell, Fan Lin's face was full of coldness, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Sharp light burst out like cold lightning, piercing the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Immediately, he took a step forward. His steps were very direct, one step after another, and he quickly approached Zong. His momentum was constantly condensed with his steps, becoming sharper and more shocking, as if there was a kind of horror that could tear the world apart. In the eyes of the crowd, Fan Lin seemed to have become a sharp sword that could tear the world apart. Approaching, Zong looked dignified. This step alone brought obvious pressure to Zong. It was very strong. This was a very strong opponent. However, this kind of pressure was still not as strong as that of He Lin, but it was much stronger than that of Sima Huanyu. Fortunately, Zong's strength had improved since the battle with Sima Huanyu, and he was even more powerful. Without any posture, Zong's right hand fell on the hilt of the gilded heavy mountain sword, and his 5 fingers were tightly clasped. The muscles and veins on his arm suddenly bulged, like a python turning over or a flood dragon coming out of the abyss, instantly bursting out an extremely powerful force. The sword came out of the scabbard. In an instant, a wisp of incomparably heavy and extremely overbearing golden sword light blasted out, as if it was shattering space. Although it was a very ordinary sword strike, it emitted a terrifying might that could shatter a mountain. Fan Lin's expression grew colder and colder. His eyes were like cold lightning that shot into the sky. His footsteps became even faster. In an instant, his footsteps intersected, seeming to bring about an extremely mysterious illusion. Even his body was pulled out into a series of afterimages. In an instant, he dodged Zong's sword attack and almost stuck close to the golden sword light as he closed in. The sharp sword was unsheathed, and the cloud-white sword light was like the flowing clouds in the sky, and also like the flowing sea. The sword broke through the air to kill. Zong felt his hair stand on end. The sword light was as high as the clouds in the sky, and also as overbearing as the thunder in the clouds, penetrating and destroying everything. With a shake of his arm and a twist of his wrist, the extremely heavy, gilded heavy mountain sword was as light as a feather. It was obviously an amazing sword, but in Zong's hand, it was as agile and changeable as an embroidery needle. The two swords collided with each other. Suddenly, Zong felt an endless force of the sword, which was both soft and hard, passing through the body of the sword and constantly hitting him. The force seemed to be tearing and shattering the meridians in his arm. Fan Lin did not feel good, either. The power carried by Zong's sword was really overbearing and incomparable. It was like an unreasonable ancient beast crazily attacking. Fan Lin's face suddenly changed, and he felt that his arm was about to be broken and smashed. The two swords collided, and they were evenly matched. Not bad. You can actually block my sword. Fan Lin took 3 steps back and said at the same time. Suddenly, his body was filled with an increasingly sharp aura, as if countless sword chi were born in his body. In an instant, they shot out and merged into the body of the sword, penetrating the tip of the sword. Sword in the clouds. A low shout sounded. It was as light and leisurely as the flowing clouds, and it also revealed an indescribable sharpness. The sword drew an incomparably mysterious trajectory, like a rolling cloud, and instantly filled the air towards Chunzong. Within the flowing cloud, a faintly discernible sharpness was swimming. The moment it approached Chunzong, it suddenly shot out, penetrating the sun and the moon. Blood spurted out from the sword. The blood surged, piercing the sky. It was incomparably fast, and it attacked without hesitation. The surrounding people retreated and stared at the battle between Chunzong and Fan Lin. Some of them looked understated, as if they did not care at all. Although the strength of the people approaching Chunzong and Fan Lin was not weak, for them, it was not enough. They could easily defeat them. 3 moves or 1 move, that's all. There were also some who watched with shining eyes. There were also those who were weaker than Chunzong and Fan Lin, those who were at the same level as them, and those who were only slightly stronger than them. Chapter 1433. The floating clouds in the sky fluctuated in all directions, like a tidal wave, like a storm, endless and overwhelming. An indescribable force of heaven and earth followed, pressing down. Sky cloud, sky refining sword. The voice was vast and boundless, as if it was rolling down from the heavens like the thunder at the beginning of the world. It was getting lower and lower, getting softer and softer. The clouds were vast and boundless while the horizon was lofty, and it surged and crushed down with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The sword light seemed to have slashed apart the heavens and the earth, and it tore through the ages as it struck down from the sky with a vast and boundless might. Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn. The sword light was like a piece of the sky, pressing down. Full strength, 80% half-step sword intent, misty rain, rising clouds. With one strike, the sword light disappeared. Only the clouds were like fog, formed by countless extremely sharp and peerless sword chi. They pierced through the sky and shot out, as if they were going to shatter the heavens. Among them, the changes were unpredictable and abnormally mysterious. Countless sword lights collided, as if the heavens and the earth were colliding, bursting with an incomparably tyrannical force, raging endlessly in all directions. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. What he saw in his eyes were streaks of turbulent flow, like sword chi shooting, circling, cutting, and twisting endlessly. Boom! He suddenly stomped his feet, and an incomparably tyrannical force burst out in an instant. The ground was immediately trampled and shattered, creating layers of ripples. An incomparably strong recoil force instantly rushed up, pushing Chunzong's body, like a sharp sword tearing through the sky, rushing straight up. His figure was as fast as the aurora and extremely agile. He avoided the streaks of turbulent flow, cutting and twisting, quickly approaching Fan Lin. Fan Lin saw a figure approaching with an extremely terrifying force. He was instantly shocked and struck out with his sword. The figure in front of him dissipated like an illusion under the sword, and an extremely terrifying wind whistled and attacked. Cut! The sword seemed to cut off the connection between heaven and earth. Unable to dodge, Fan Lin could only raise his sword to block. An extremely terrifying force burst out continuously, like a raging wave that wanted to destroy everything. Boom! Under the explosive force, Fan Lin's entire body fell from the sky. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he was slightly injured. Looking down from above, Chunzong's eyes emitted an incomparably bright light as he stared at Fan Lin. With a shake of his huge sword, an extremely terrifying aura instantly burst forth, as though it was repelling the air, causing his speed to rise to the maximum. His speed was too fast, and the friction between his body and the air instantly erupted. Charge! When the sword struck down, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Fan Lin was once again struck by the sword, and his entire body fell once more. Chun Zong seized the opportunity and swung his sword repeatedly, gathering his strength to the extreme. Heart Domain. In that instant, all of Fan Lin's flaws were revealed. Innate Fiend Force Field, an astonishing, baleful aura directly attacked, causing Fan Lin to be slightly startled in an instant. An illusion of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before his eyes. His mind was attacked, and his strength was also affected. The sword slashed down, and there was no way to block it. Under this sword, Fan Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeat. Under the impact of the Heart Domain and the innate ferocious force field, Fan Lin was inevitably defeated. Of course, Chun Zong might have borrowed the power of the Azure doppelganger, but the fact was that he had defeated his opponent. Fan Lin stared at Chun Zong angrily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The quota belongs to me, Chun Zong said straightforwardly. Don't even think about it, Fan Lin said angrily. This caused many people to frown. Since victory or defeat was decided by the sword, one should admit defeat. But now, it seemed like he wanted to act shamelessly. It was extremely embarrassing. I announced that the last quota belongs to Chun Zong, the expert said, making the final decision. Chun Zong heaved a sigh of relief, but Fan Lin's expression became even more unpleasant. Wait, I didn't agree to decide the quota through a duel, Fan Lin immediately explained. Since he didn't agree, why did you attack? That expert swept his gaze over, his gaze incomparably sharp, causing Fan Lin's entire body to tremble, and he was speechless. Fan Lin was about to speak again. Shut up, Yi Chundao suddenly said. Yi Chundao suddenly spoke. His voice was cold and harsh, like a cold wind blowing across the sky. There was a trace of sharpness in the depths of his indifferent eyes, like a heavenly sword with endless power, which made Fan Lin tremble all over. The threat that Yi Chundao brought seemed to be even greater than the Saint Realm expert. Immediately, Yi Chundao's gaze turned and fell on Chun Zong. In an instant, Chun Zong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being seen through. Yi Chundao's eyes seemed calm, but they were extremely sharp, causing people to be terrified. They pierced straight into their hearts and souls. An ordinary sage-to-be would immediately lose all their fighting spirit if they looked into Yi Chundao's eyes. Is this the peerless genius who can turn the tide and enter the Saint Realm? Chun Zong was secretly shocked, but he still looked into Yi Chundao's eyes without fear. You? Very good. Yi Chundao nodded slightly and said calmly. He withdrew his gaze and ignored Chun Zong. Those who didn't know would think that Yi Chundao was praising Chun Zong, but Chun Zong felt a trace of pressure from Yi Chundao's words. It was an indescribable pressure that went straight to the depths of his heart. Fan Lin smiled coldly and stared at Chun Zong, a trace of pity flashing in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that being praised by Yi Chundao was not a good thing. Chun Zong wasn't afraid. He didn't know how many people he had offended to reach this point. Many of them were stronger than him, but he still walked step by step. Until now, he was standing here, and he still wanted to continue forward. No one could stop him from moving forward. Good. 3 people from the mysterious Nether Territory have won the quota. The group of experts from the mysterious Nether Territory were overjoyed. In the previous tournament, only one person had managed to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. This time around, no one knew how many people there would be. However, no matter what, with so many Sky Prides competing against each other, it was already an amazing feat to be able to obtain 3 spots in the regional tournament. However, what made everyone feel surprised was that Chun Zong was actually one of the 3 spots. Everyone felt that it was natural for Su Mubai and Jian Lingxiao to win the quota. If they couldn't win the quota with their strength, it would be even more impossible for the others. However, the peerless geniuses who were ranked 3rd to 10th on the Dark Leaderboard did not win the quota. Instead, Chun Zong won the quota. It was unbelievable. Lucky bastard, Sima Li said in a low voice. He was very unhappy. Immediately, Many geniuses from the mysterious Nether territory glared at him. "Try your luck if you can," Nin Wukong said coldly. "Being lucky is also a kind of ability. Do you have such ability?" Zhen Tuo retorted with a cold smile. Sima Li's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything else. He vaguely knew that if he said anything bad, he might incur the wrath of the crowd. That would not be fun. Congratulations to the 30 of you for winning the quota in the regional tournament and advancing to the Path tournament. Now let's set off for the Ming Yuan Path, an expert from the Sky Cloud continent said. Immediately, the huge white cloud produced a suction force again, sucking all 30 geniuses up and onto the white cloud. The white cloud shuddered before flying forward at an incredible speed, as if it were repelling space itself. "Quick, keep up." The experts from the mysterious Nether territory also drove the mysterious Nether ship and followed. The Ming Yuan Path was one of the 3 paths in the Xianyuan dynasty. The Xianyuan dynasty was composed of 1 capital, 3 paths, 9 states, and 27 prefectures. 1 capital and 3 paths each had their own jurisdiction. In theory, they were on the same level. Of course, as the capital of the Xianyuan dynasty, the capital was subconsciously half a level higher. The 9 states were under the direct jurisdiction of the 3 paths. Each path had jurisdiction over 3 states. The 27 prefectures were under the direct jurisdiction of the 9 states. Each state had jurisdiction over 3 prefectures. For example, Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture were under the direct jurisdiction of the Sky Cloud continent. Therefore, whenever the Xianyuan dynasty held a grand event, the 3 prefectures would gather in the Sky Cloud continent. The Sky Cloud continent was under the jurisdiction of one of the 3 paths, the Ming Yuan Path. The other 2 continents were the Canglong continent and the Wanlin continent. The geniuses from the Sky Cloud continent, the Canglong continent, and the Wanlin continent would compete with the geniuses from the Ming Yuan Path for the quota to participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. This competition would be very important, far more important than the previous 2. On the white cloud, the 30 geniuses were adjusting their breaths to prepare for the Path tournament of the Ming Yuan Path. Chunzong was constantly reflecting on the battle with Sima Huanyu, the battle with the high-rank demon beast, the battle with the Black Flame Forest. In each battle, he had used all his strength and all his means, and each battle had brought him great enlightenment. Now, Chunzong was reliving the battles to comprehend and improve himself. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in his mind. The sword light was extremely sharp, like a meteor streaking across the sky, piercing through everything and erupting with unparalleled terrifying power. The journey from the Sky Cloud continent to the Ming Yuan Path was not short. With the speed of the giant white cloud, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to arrive. These 4 to 5 days were enough for everyone to cultivate and comprehend, improving themselves as much as possible. At the very least, they would be able to adjust themselves to their peak condition. After a day, Chunzong had finished comprehending. Although his strength had not improved, his accumulation had become deeper and more vigorous. The unique skill, Misty Rain Cloud, has been further perfected. It's just that this skill focuses more on changes. It's mainly used to confuse and disturb the opponent, and it's supplemented by sword chi, Chunzong said to himself. The Misty Rain Morning Cloud was indeed a very good ultimate move, but it was also very obvious. It was more focused on changing. It was like an illusory fog that changed constantly. It could interfere and confuse the opponent's judgment and use the sword chi that was hidden within it to kill. In terms of direct lethality and attack power, Misty Rain Cloud was not strong enough. When Chunzong first created it, he did not think much about it. However, as he used in battles, especially against strong opponents, its drawbacks became apparent. Of course, it was not accurate to use the word drawback to describe it. After all, there was no such thing as perfection. If I have the chance, I should create a unique skill focused on attacking, Chunzong said to himself. Unique skills with different strengths and weaknesses naturally had their own strengths and weaknesses. It depended on how to use them to improve their power to the extreme. However, for now, Chunzong did not have any clues. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Creating a unique skill could not be forced. It required enough accumulation and the right timing. Chapter 1434. The giant white cloud was moving at an extremely fast speed. Above it was a boundless blue sky, and below it were endless rivers and mountains. On the giant white cloud, Chunzong was thinking about how to improve his strength. Without external help, I can only improve steadily and take time. Other than that, there are martial arts and secret techniques. In terms of martial arts, blood drop swordsmanship is my strongest sword technique. Now that I've cultivated blood spurt sword and blood burst sword to minor accomplishment, I can cultivate the last move, Endless Blood Sea. The Endless Blood Sea was the last move of the blood dripping sword art. It combined the power of the blood spilling sword and the blood bursting sword. Compared to the previous two moves, the power of the Endless Blood Sea was not increased by 10 or 20%, but by several times. It was extremely powerful. Endless Blood Sea at the beginner level was much more powerful than Blood Burst Sword at the minor accomplishment level. If he could cultivate this move, it would become his strongest move at the moment, surpassing Misty Rain Xiaoyan. Of course, Misty Rain Xiaoyan's potential was greater than Endless Blood Sea. There is not much power left in the blood dripping sword seal. At most, I can only use the Endless Sea of Blood twice. I will try not to use it, but I can comprehend the blood dripping sword seal and use it to comprehend the Endless Sea of Blood. As for secret techniques, there weren't many secret techniques in Great Abyss King's memory. Currently, the only one suitable for Chunzong was the 8th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. This was a secret technique very similar to Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Chunzong had chosen the 7th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Battle Body, because of the 8th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. If he cultivated Celestial Crystal Battle Body to great accomplishment, it would be easier and faster to cultivate Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. After all, to a certain extent, Celestial Crystal Battle Body was the foundation of Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. The more stable the foundation, the easier it would be to cultivate it. Chunzong immediately set his goals. First, cultivate Endless Blood Sea, the 3rd move of Blood Drop's swordsmanship. Second, cultivate Celestial Crystal Overlord Body, the 8th grade secret technique. If he could cultivate Endless Blood Sea and Celestial Crystal Overlord Body, his strength would be further enhanced, and it would be more beneficial for the Dao competition. Let's cultivate the Celestial Crystal Body first. Chunzong said to himself. This was a giant white cloud. It was not suitable for him to use the Endless Blood Sea, so he would cultivate a rank 8 secret technique first. Chunzong had cultivated the Celestial Crystal Battle Body to the great success stage for some time. He had completely grasped the mysteries of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body and had a solid foundation. Moreover, his soul was strong and his perception was strong. Therefore, in just 2 hours, Chunzong had completely comprehended the Celestial Crystal Battle Body and started cultivating it. Cultivating the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was somewhat similar to cultivating the Celestial Crystal Battle Body. They both required one to first cultivate a secret technique's power, which was usually hidden. It would only be activated when used, covering both arms. However, the power of the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was more concentrated and overbearing. Moreover, after cultivating it to the great success stage, it would cover every part of the body. Not only would it increase one's strength, but it would also indirectly increase one's defense and better defend oneself against attacks. Another day passed in a flash. Chunzong had cultivated the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body to the entry level. When he secretly used it, Chunzong could feel that the increase in power from the entry level of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body was equivalent to the great success stage of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Continue to cultivate. Try to cultivate the celestial crystal tyrant body to the small success stage before the Tao competition, Chunzong said to himself. If he could cultivate the celestial crystal tyrant body to the small success stage, his strength would be even stronger after he used it. 5 days later, the giant white cloud arrived at the Bright Prime Path. There was a huge city in the Bright Prime Path called Bright Prime City, which was the center of the path. The city was larger than Heavenly Cloud City, at least twice as large. It was majestic, like an ancient giant beast prostrating on the ground, exuding an astonishing aura of vicissitudes. The giant white cloud stopped outside the city, and everyone could only enter the city on foot. Soon, everyone was arranged to stay in Bright Prime City, waiting for news. The rules of the Tao competition have changed. What's going to happen? Go straight to the capital city, where the prodigies of the 3 paths will jointly decide on 108 people. Those 108 people will be the final candidates for the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, and they will be ranked according to their strength. I can't believe the rules have changed. Is this good or bad? A group of powerhouses from the Heavenly Cloud State, Songlong State, and Wanlin State discussed among themselves. The sudden change in the rules had brought about a temporary loss of what to do. After all, although the rules of the Tao competition had been adjusted in the past, there had never been such a big change. Going straight to the capital city of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly to compete with the prodigies of the capital city for the 108 spots of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. The change was too big, and for a moment, no one could tell whether it was good or bad. In my opinion, it's a mixed bag. In the end, it still depends on strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can handle everything. It doesn't matter how the rules change. That's right, strength is the most important thing. Trust them. Yes, all we have to do is tell them the news and trust them. The rules have changed. Go straight to the capital city of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly to compete with the prodigies of the capital city for the final spot of the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. When the local prodigies of the 3 major states and the Mingyuan Path heard the news, they were all shocked. According to the past, the Mingyuan Path would compete first, and the winner would enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly directly. As for the number of spots, it was closely related to the results of the previous Tao competition. The Heavenly Cloud State. In the previous Tao competition, if the prodigies of the Heavenly Cloud State had achieved better results in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, they would have more spots in this Tao competition. As for the results, it was related to the number of prodigies that entered the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly and their ranking in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. However, with the change in the rules this time, the advantages of the previous Tao competition were gone, and so were the disadvantages. Everything seemed to have started from scratch. However, no matter what they thought, they could only follow the new rules set by the ruler of the Xianyuan dynasty. If they disobeyed, they would be eliminated. Shenzong did not know what the previous Tao competition was like, so he did not feel anything about the changes this time. No matter what the changes were, he just had to participate and give it his all. Let's go. After staying in the Mingyuan city for less than a day, they set off again. This time, their destination was the Xianyuan kingdom. Setting off from a Mingyuan path, with the speed of the giant white cloud, it would take even longer to reach the Xianyuan kingdom. It would take a total of 10 days. To Chunzong, a longer period of time would undoubtedly be better, because he would be able to cultivate better. 10 days should be enough for me to cultivate the celestial crystal tyrant body to the small success realm. As for the great success realm, it won't be that easy, Chunzong thought to himself. However, even the small success realm of the celestial crystal tyrant body was enough to increase his strength by a large margin. In addition, he could also cultivate the 3rd move of the blood drop swordsmanship, Endless Blood Sea. All in all, before the new Tao competition began, he would do his best to improve his strength and become even stronger. The Xianyuan kingdom was the center of the entire Xianyuan dynasty. It stood in the center of the Xianyuan world and was the most prosperous and powerful place. There were countless experts here, and their foundation was extremely deep. Rumor had it that the great sage expert who could move mountains and seas was cultivating in seclusion and suppressing everything. Time flew by, and soon 10 days had passed. Chunzong and the others sat on the giant white cloud and saw the silhouette of a city in the distance. The city was like a giant beast from the primordial age lying on the boundless earth. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, and it exuded an ancient aura of vicissitudes. Standing on the giant white cloud, Chunzong was greatly shocked. That city was not only a city, but also a country. He could see mountains and rivers, and he could see forests and forests. It was boundless. The Xianyuan Kingdom. This was a Xianyuan Kingdom. The giant white cloud and the other flying divine weapons landed in front of the huge city, and they were tens of thousands of meters away. Tens of thousands of meters was nothing to them. Tens of thousands of meters was like a flat plane, and they could gallop freely. The group of experts took the lead, and the sky prides followed behind. They used their movement techniques and flew forward at an incredible speed, approaching the Xianyuan Kingdom. The closer they got, the more obvious the ancient aura became. Facing this ancient giant city, everyone felt their hearts sink as if they were being suppressed. Even the pure and majestic energy in their bodies seemed to be restricted and became sluggish. So powerful. Chunzong could not help but exclaim in shock. This was a kind of grand momentum that came from the primordial age and went straight to the future. In front of it, there was only a feeling of insignificance. Even Saint Realm Expert would feel this way. This ancient giant city bore the vicissitudes of thousands of years, the cycle of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and the alternation of generations of experts. It was the aura and foundation that had settled down over the years. It was like an ancient giant beast or a divine giant that had been sleeping since ancient times. According to Chunzong's understanding, the Xianyuan Kingdom had existed for more than 100,000 years. In other words, this capital had existed for at least 100,000 years. At least 100,000 years of vicissitudes. 100,000 years of vicissitudes. 100,000 years of endless time. 100,000 years of alternating sun and moon. 100,000 years of inheritance from generation to generation. 100,000 years from the beginning to the present. Countless powerhouses and sky prides had been born. The modeled city walls seemed to have recorded the endless vicissitudes of time. Chunzong stopped and stared at the city walls, looking at the modeled traces and feeling the vicissitudes of time. An indescribable sense of tragedy and heroism unconsciously emerged in his heart. He seemed to be in a trance, as if he saw yellow sand filling the sky and countless figures overlapping in it. He seemed to hear all kinds of voices in his ears. Endless lights and colorful lights filled the air, shaking the sky and bombarding the earth. It seemed to be a fierce battle between powerhouses. Scene after scene flashed by like a fleeting view, rapidly changing and passing by. Chunzong was not the only one. Many other sky prides also seemed to be shocked and stopped. The group of experts waited with smiles on their faces. It was the same when they first came here. Chapter 1435. The Black Origin Royal City had stood tall since the beginning of time. It was immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. The Black Origin Royal City was shockingly vast, with mountains, forests, and rivers running through it. It was a wondrous sight. The Royal City was an ancient giant city that was divided into an inner and outer city. The outer city was surrounded by mountains, forests, and rivers. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was pure and rich. The inner city was an important place where the royal family resided. It was the center of the entire capital and was protected by a great array. Therefore, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the inner city was much richer and purer than the outer city. The difference was huge. The royal city battle arena in the inner city was shockingly vast. It could accommodate 100,000 people at the same time without being crowded. At this moment, more than 1,000 prodigies were gathered here. Other than them, there were many powerhouses. They were St. Rudiment stage powerhouses from the 27 prefectures, the 9 states, the 3 paths, and the 1 capital. The rules of the Tao tournament had changed. It would be held directly in the Black Origin Royal City to compete for the final spot in the Black Origin Sacred Assembly. However, the competition method had not been announced yet. Waiting. The prodigies and powerhouses were all waiting. Time passed slowly. Wisps of solemn and majestic aura permeated between heaven and earth. It seemed to emerge from the void and shook all directions. In the distance, in the direction of the Black Origin Royal Palace, a rosy glow condensed out of thin air and formed half of the sky. Within the rosy glow, flowing lights were constantly changing. It was extremely mysterious. Every ray of light was filled with shocking mysteries that could suppress heaven and earth and traverse through time. This aura, Chinzong was greatly shocked. He could only feel that the aura was extremely mysterious. It was far more powerful than a St. Rudiment stage powerhouse. In the images in the Great Abyss King's memory, the Great Saint stage powerhouses who made earth-shattering moves seemed to be like this. Could this rosy glow come from a Great Saint stage powerhouse? The Black Origin dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in the Black Origin world. It had a Great Saint stage powerhouse overseeing it. The Black Origin Sacred Assembly was of utmost importance. It was reasonable for a Great Saint stage powerhouse to emit this aura. This could intimidate the weak. After all, there were also dark forces in the Black Origin dynasty. They were very powerful. Now is the time for all the prodigies to gather. Every prodigy was selected from layers of selection. They were the elites of the prodigies. They could not afford to lose. If they were not powerful enough, the dark forces might take the risk and kill some of the sky prides at the risk of their lives, causing unnecessary losses. The aura of the Great Saint stage powerhouse spread out in all directions to intimidate the people from the dark forces who were hiding in some unknown place. They did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the wrath of the Great Saint stage powerhouse would not be so easy to bear. This also seemed to be telling everyone that they could participate in the competition without worrying about anything else. The throne was solemn, rising from the palace. A tall figure sat on it, looking extremely luxurious. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The group of experts immediately bowed. "Your Majesty." This was the ruler of the Xianyuan dynasty, the emperor of the Xianyuan dynasty. "You may rise." The majestic voice was slightly low, resounding through the heavens and the earth. It carried an indescribable profundity, as if it came from the ancient times, and it went straight into the depths of everyone's hearts. Half-step great sage. The king of the Xianyuan dynasty was a powerful half-step great saint expert. He held a high position and was majestic. The figure seemed to be shrouded in endless light, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. He stood between the heavens and the earth, as if he was the only one in the world. The Xianyuan Sacred Assembly is held once every 100 years. Like the previous ones, there are 108 participants for this year's Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. The king opened his mouth, and his majestic voice sounded again. This year's competition will be held in the Xianyuan Treasure Scroll. With a wave of his hand, a scroll suddenly flew into the air. It paused in midair and then slowly unfolded. Thousands of mysterious auras spread out. Everyone stared at the scroll. It was gray, and it seemed to contain countless mysterious lights and shadows. Mountains, flowing water, grass, forests, it seemed to be a world of its own. Xianyuan Treasure Scroll. Secret Spatial Treasure. It's actually the Secret Spatial Treasure Xianyuan Treasure Scroll. The experts who heard the name of this treasure scroll were shocked. Secret Spatial Treasure. This was a rare treasure. For example, Ming Daozi's Golden Light City was a type of secret spatial treasure. However, the Golden Light City was only a low-level secret spatial treasure, while the Xianyuan Treasure Scroll was a high-level secret spatial treasure. The difference between the two was not small, but the difference between heaven and earth. One should know that the Xianyuan treasure scroll was a world of its own, and the Golden Light City was only the size of a small city. There are a total of 1,080 participants. Everyone has 1 point. Killing someone else will give you 1 point. If the person you kill has more than 1 point, you will get half of their points. Xianyuan King's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone thought for a moment and understood what the rules were. 1,080 participants, each with 1 point, had to kill someone else to get their points. At the beginning, killing someone else would give them 1 point. Later on, some people's points would increase, and if they killed someone with more points, they would get half of their points. For example, if the person had 10 points, then killing him would give him 5 points. If the person who was killed had 1 point, then killing him would give him 1 point, but he would still have 1 point, and it would not become 0. That 1 point was the foundation of everyone. What surprised Qinzong was killing people. In other words, if one was killed in the Xianyuan treasure scroll, one would not really die. It was indeed a very shocking treasure. The competition would last for a month. Everyone would stay in the Xianyuan treasure scroll for a month. Within this month, they would fight and kill each other to get more points. In the end, the 108 people with the highest points would enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. When the scroll was fully opened, mountains and rivers formed a forest, and it was extremely mysterious. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out and landed below, sucking the 1,080 sky prides from the one capital and 3 paths into the scroll. No one could resist, and no one had any intention of resisting. They allowed the suction force to suck them into the Xianyuan treasure scroll. When all 1,080 sky prides were sucked into the Xianyuan treasure scroll, a light screen immediately appeared beside them. 1,080 names were listed on the light screen, and they corresponded to the 1,080 sky prides who had entered the Xianyuan treasure scroll. After each name, there was a number 1, which represented 1 point. Qinzong's figure appeared out of thin air. He had already gathered all his strength, and his eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. He stared in all directions and instantly saw his surroundings clearly. There was no one around him. There were only a few boulders scattered around him. Further away, there was a dense forest. Behind him, there was the sound of water. It was a stream flowing past. He quickly checked himself. As expected, his storage ring was sealed by a force and could not be used. The competition will last for a month. 1,080 people will participate, and only 108 will be selected. Qinzong was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he pondered while maintaining a high level of vigilance and paying attention to his surroundings. My strength is not considered the strongest among the 1,000 people, but I'm not the weakest either. I should be in the middle. Qinzong thought to himself. In this competition, luck was less important. Strength was the most important factor. Without sufficient strength, there was no hope of winning this competition and obtaining one of the 108 spots. Now, I'd better find a place to cultivate and do my best to improve my strength. Qinzong made a decision. The celestial crystal tyrant body was cultivated to the small success level, but it was not so easy to cultivate to the great success level. Even with the solid foundation of the celestial crystal battle body, Qinzong estimated that it would take 1 or 2 months to cultivate to the great success level. By then, the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly would have ended. The celestial crystal tyrant body could not be cultivated to the great success level, but it could be cultivated to the endless blood sea. Qinzong had already comprehended the mystery of this move. What he lacked was the real cultivation of the sword. With a swing of his sword, a bloody light instantly spread out. It was as if a bloody wave was surging endlessly. It swept out in an instant and spread out in all directions. Endless blood sea. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. It was even more powerful than the bloodburst sword. Of course, the endless blood sea that Qinzong displayed with his own ability was still incomparable to the blood drop sword seal. After all, the endless blood sea that he had mastered was only at the entry level. It was not completely at the entry level. However, the endless blood drop sword seal's endless blood sea was at the perfection level. Entry level, small success level, great success level, and perfection level. There were 4 major realms, and the gap between each realm was not small. However, one day, Chunzong's endless blood sea could reach the perfection level, or even surpass it. Cultivate. Draw the sword. With one move, the bloody light surged like a tide. It was not a sea yet. At most, it could be considered a pond. However, it was already showing signs of its power. Boom, boom, boom. Every sword move caused the endless blood sea to surge. Its power was amazing. Countless bloody light and sword chi surged endlessly, instantly destroying everything in all directions. Boulders were shattered, and gullies appeared on the ground. It was a shocking sight. Chunzong practiced one move after another as if he did not know fatigue. In fact, it was not that he was not tired. It was just that Chunzong controlled the consumption of his power well. After all, his storage ring was sealed, so he could not take out elixirs to take. Once his power was consumed, he needed time to recover. If he was unlucky, he might encounter some genius, and a fight would be inevitable. Therefore, even when he was practicing the endless blood sea, Chunzong only used a little half-saint to activate it. He was just practicing, not fighting, so he did not need to consume too much power. After every move, Chunzong would stand still and think for a while. He would summarize and perfect it. Then, he would attack again, perfecting it more and more. Entry level. After dozens of moves, the endless blood sea was really at the entry level. Chapter 1436. Outside the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, the names on the huge light screen began to change. At first, the 1,080 names on the light screen had nothing to do with the ranking. It was completely random. However, at this moment, some names jumped to the top, and the points behind them changed from 1 to 2 or 3. The change in the ranking and points meant that someone had been killed. The competition had begun. Being able to kill without holding back meant that the competition would be more direct, cruel, and even tragic. Chunzong couldn't improve for the time being, so he didn't waste any time. He walked toward the forest while comprehending the half-step sword intent. He had comprehended the half-step sword intent to 80%. If he could comprehend it to 90%, his strength would be improved a lot. Although he couldn't improve immediately, he could accumulate. When the opportunity came, he could naturally make a breakthrough. At the same time, a figure quickly entered the forest from another direction and bumped into Chunzong. Not bad, I got 1 point. This person stared at Chunzong from afar. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He was the genius of the capital city. Just like the geniuses of the Tianyun Prefecture would have a natural sense of superiority when facing the geniuses of the Mountain Flow Prefecture. The geniuses of the capital city would also have a natural sense of superiority when facing the geniuses from outside the capital city. This sense of superiority was deeply ingrained in their bones and was hard to get rid of. The man was extremely fast. He flew past like an aurora and quickly approached Chunzong. A trace of fierce aura locked onto him. He was approaching. He unsheathed his long saber. The saber light was bright and cold, like a stream of light blooming from a snowy mountain. It swept through the air with a trace of amazing sharpness, leaving a trace in the air. One could kill people here, but one would not truly die. Thus, when one attacked, one would be able to display one's strength to their heart's content. Kill. The cold and bright saber light was reflected in Chunzong's eyes. It was like a stream of light falling from the sky. A trace of fierce killing intent made Chunzong feel cold all over. Very powerful. No wonder they were geniuses who could enter the Taoist competition. Each of them had extraordinary strength. He unsheathed the gilded mountain sword and struck out. The 150,000 Jin gilded heavy mountain sword struck out in a flash. The sword light was golden, and the sword mark was left behind. This strike was also merciless. The saber light was instantly shattered, and a sword mercilessly slashed out, causing the other party's expression to change drastically. Flying snow. With a low shout, the saber light rose again and suddenly shattered, turning into countless snowflake-like saber lights that filled the air. Every snowflake was filled with an extremely terrifying and cold, killing intent, and the temperature of the world suddenly dropped a lot. The cold chi assaulted Chunzong, causing his entire body to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, Chunzong's physical body was strong, and he had the purple cloud black star flame, which greatly resisted the cold chi's invasion and did not affect him. Blood splattered from his sword. Bloody light shot out, piercing through the fluttering white snowflakes as the sword slashed towards the prodigy of the royal capital. The expressions of the heavens' favorites of the royal capital changed drastically. They were all shocked. This sword was so fast and powerful that it was hard to defend against. The saber light became denser, and the snowflakes became denser. Every snowflake released an extremely shocking light, as if the sky was reflecting on the snow. The intense light made people dizzy. Endless blood sea. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately tried the beginner-level blood drop swordsmanship's third move. This move was new to him, but its power was not weak. The prodigy was not weak either, so he could be the perfect target to test it out. The sword rose and fell, and the bloody light exploded, turning into a surging tide that instantly drowned all the cold snowflakes. Even the prodigy's body seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared. Within the bloody light, countless blood-colored sword chi pierced through the air, carrying a powerful force that could cause blood to splatter and blood to explode. A scream was heard. When the bloody light dissipated, the prodigy of the royal capital was also killed. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He was dead, but he was not really dead. He would be reborn somewhere else in the Xianyuan treasure scroll. After killing the prodigy, Chunzong had a feeling that he had obtained 1 point. His current points were 2. At the same time, on the light screen outside, Chunzong's name had also changed. It was now closer to the front, and the points behind his name had also changed from 1 to 2. Chunzong moved forward while circulating his cultivation method to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to recover some of the power he had consumed. 2 points were nothing at all, because the time limit was 1 month. The further one went, the more points one would obtain. When the time came, he would be able to obtain half of the prodigy's points, which could be dozens or even hundreds. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Xianyuan treasure scroll was very rich and frighteningly pure. As soon as he circulated his cultivation method, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth was immediately absorbed into his body and quickly refined. It was very easy. Chunzong could also feel that his cultivation was increasing little by little. This place was really like a holy land for cultivation. Chunzong estimated that if he cultivated here for a few months, his cultivation would probably reach the peak of the high level of the half-saint realm and reach the upper limit of the half-saint realm. However, the purpose of coming here was not to cultivate, but to compete for a place in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. It took Chunzong 3 days to cultivate the endless blood sea to the beginner level. The person who ranked first on the light screen was named Chu Zhongyang, who had 38 points, while the person in second place had 33 points. The lower the ranking, the fewer points one had. Chunzong's points were 2, and his name was listed in the lower hundreds. However, it had not been long since the beginning, so there was still time to accumulate points and improve his ranking. The 1,080 prodigies had all stood out after going through many rounds of selection. Each of them had powerful strength and extraordinary means. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Chunzong had encountered more than a dozen prodigies. Some were from the royal city, while others were from the 3 paths. More than a dozen prodigies had fought with Chunzong. In the end, all of them had died under Chunzong's sword, and the points had been obtained by Chunzong. 22. This was Chunzong's current number of points. His ranking had also increased by dozens, but there was still a big gap between him and the top 108. The continuous battles with other prodigies had not only brought Chunzong an increase in points, but also a more amazing effect. His opponents in every battle were prodigies. Even if they were defeated by his sword in the end, they still brought pressure and threat to Chunzong. Such battles were excellent training. Under such training, Chunzong's foundation had unknowingly become more solid, and his accumulation had become more profound and vigorous. After more than a dozen battles, Chunzong felt as if he had been comprehending and cultivating alone for several months. Perhaps I can improve my half-step sword intent to 90% here, Chunzong thought to himself. If his half-step sword intent reached 90%, his basic strength would be even more powerful, and everything based on his basic strength would also be greatly improved and become even more amazing. If he were to compare his current strength to the Xianming Territory's Dark List, he would be stronger than Sima Huanyu, who was ranked 9th, and not inferior to Hu Lizhan, who was ranked 8th. As for his ranking on the Dark List, Chunzong was not sure because he had not fought with anyone before. However, Chunzong was confident that he would not be inferior to the 5th on the Dark List. If his half-step sword intent could be improved to 90%, his strength would definitely be stronger, and it would not be impossible for him to be ranked in the top 3 of the Dark List. He would not be inferior to Jianling Shao at all. As for Su Mubai, Chunzong felt that he was somewhat unfathomable and could not judge him. Given Su Mubai's strength, it should not be difficult for him to obtain 108 places. As long as he obtained 108 places, he would be able to participate in the real Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. No matter what ranking he obtained in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, he would be rewarded and become famous. It could be said that he would gain both fame and fortune. If he did not enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, everything would just be an experience. Although it was good, it was nothing more than that. Since all the Sky Prides had to participate in the various elections, they had the intention to obtain better benefits. If a Xianyuan Sacred Assembly could not obtain any benefits, no one would be willing to participate and waste their time. The Tao of cultivation was originally the Tao of competition. Competition with others, with heaven and earth, and with oneself. Fighting for a way out, fighting for a future, and fighting for a bright Tao. If that's the case, I'll find a place to meditate in seclusion and try to improve my half-step sword intent to 90% in a short time, Chunzong said to himself as his eyes flickered. Originally, it would take at least a few months or even longer to improve from 80% to 90%. However, after going through one battle after another, he had accumulated, deepened, and honed it continuously. There was hope that he could make a breakthrough in a short time. Chunzong also intended to give it a try and see if he could improve it in a short time. If he could improve it, he would become stronger and obtain more points. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. After making up his mind, Chunzong did not waver and immediately found a place to meditate in seclusion. He used the mountain rocks as a cover and restrained his aura, making it difficult for others to detect him. He calmly meditated in seclusion. With an incomparably solid foundation and repeated honing, Chunzong's mind was filled with inspiration and countless sword Tao feelings permeated. Time passed slowly. In the Xianyuan Treasure Scroll world, a group of Sky Prides was constantly looking for other Sky Prides to kill and steal their points. Of course, there were also a few Sky Prides who chose to temporarily lay low and improve themselves. They would only attack when their strength improved further. By then, they would be able to obtain more points by killing others. Those who chose this method often had some gains and were confident that they could improve their strength in a short time. As for the others, it was difficult for them to improve, so they chose to look for others to kill and obtain points. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. Chunzong continued to meditate without being disturbed at all. This was because no one found Chunzong. Even if someone passed by, they would only glance at him and would not go into details. Chunzong was also unique in concealing his aura. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Chapter 14:37. It was so sharp that it tore the world apart. Half-step sword intent. 90%. Chunzong broke out of the stone and resisted the urge to roar. His body shot into the sky like a sword and then slowly landed. His eyes shone with an unparalleled light. He had successfully broken through the 90% half-step sword intent. As expected, it was much more powerful than the 80% half-step sword intent. The breakthrough of the half-step sword intent had improved Chunzong's basic power. If he performed sword arts, it would be even more powerful and his strength would increase significantly. Chunzong was not in a hurry to find a powerful enemy to kill. Instead, he wanted to get used to the 90% half-step sword intent. The more powerful the half-step sword intent was, the more powerful it would be. He needed to master it completely. Drawing the sword. 3 moves of the blood-dripping sword art. Misty Rain Cloud. After trying it out, he found that its power had indeed increased by more than 50%. I wonder if there is still a gap between my current power and Jian Lingxiao's. Chunzong thought to himself. Then, he thought of something else. Misty Rain Cloud was created by myself when I was at the 60% half-step sword intent. It has been improving along with the improvement of the half-step sword intent. However, the 90% half-step sword intent has almost reached the upper limit of Misty Rain Cloud's potential. Every martial art had its limit. If one wanted to improve further, they had to break the limit. Compared to the cultivation methods and martial arts passed down by others, self-created cultivation methods and martial arts were easier to break through the limits and reach a whole new height. Of course, after breaking the limit, there would be some changes. Misty Rain Cloud power was not bad. However, the most important part of it was its flexibility. The direct attack power was secondary. The 90% half-step sword intent was almost the upper limit of this move. If it was the 100% half-step sword intent, it would be the upper limit, unless one could break through it. However, Misty Rain Cloud had already broken through the limit once. The second time would be even harder. At least for now, Chunzong did not have any clue. Moreover, Chunzong also wanted to create a unique skill that focused on attack power and lethality. In all fairness, Chunzong preferred extreme attacks, attacks that could pierce through everything with one sword and tear everything apart with one sword. Unbreakable. Unbreakable. Sensing something, Chunzong sheathed his sword and returned to his original closed-door training spot. He continued to ponder. My Tao intent is the Heart Sword Tao intent. It was comprehended from the Heart Sword Sutra and the Heart Domain. My sword is born from my heart. What was Tao Insight? It was an ultimate move created by oneself. With this as the foundation, only then could the might of Tao Insight be unleashed to the extreme and increase one's strength to the extreme. If he made a mistake, he would have to work twice the effort for half the result. The heart is mysterious, indefinite, firm. The mind was the most mysterious and unfathomable. It was constantly changing and could change every minute, every second. It could even change every moment. A Pyrrhon, on the other hand, sometimes didn't even know what she was thinking. Firm. Once one's mind was made up, there would be no change. Unaffected by the outside world, one would be incomparably firm and advance courageously. Misty Rain Morning Cloud's move was a bit inconsistent, but it wasn't completely compatible. It was about 70 to 80% compatible. 70 to 80% compatibility and 100% compatibility were two completely different concepts. It was just that on this point, there was no possibility of improvement for the time being. If it's a pure attack, it should be determination. A sword that can pierce through everything and tear apart everything. It's incomparable and unstoppable. Chunzong thought to himself, and his eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light. A pure attack, a sword born only for killing, should be the extreme. Chunzong couldn't help but think of edgeless absolute saber move. It was a very pure saber move that pursued the extreme. However, the extreme Chunzong wanted was different from edgeless extreme. Edgeless extreme would leave behind shortcomings and flaws. However, The extreme that Chun Zong wanted was under the extreme without leaving behind any obvious flaws. My sword should be where my heart desires, where my sword will go. When the heart desires, the sword will go. Gradually, his thoughts became clearer and clearer. My sword should be the sword of extreme speed. My sword should be the sword of the extreme. Chun Zong thought to himself. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Using his finger as a sword, he suddenly stabbed out. A sharp, cold light bloomed from the tip of his finger, as if it could pierce through everything. An indescribable sharpness pierced out in an instant, piercing through the air, leaving behind a finger mark. After pausing for a few breaths, Chun Zong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He thought for a while and attacked again. His sword fingers pierced through the air again. This time, the speed seemed to be a little faster. One finger after another, over and over again. The speed of each finger was faster than the previous one. However, when he reached the 10th finger, the speed stopped increasing. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through. Chun Zong couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that he was about to break through and create his own sword move, the ultimate attack move. However, there was still something missing, and he couldn't really break through. It seems that I still need enough external pressure, Chun Zong thought to himself. Under enough external pressure, it would stimulate one's own potential and lead to a breakthrough. This was a method that many cultivators would use. Of course, it didn't work every time, but it was very practical. Chun Zong got up and glanced around. He chose a direction based on his thoughts and quickly flew out. There were a total of 3 people from the mysterious Nether Realm who had entered the competition. Su Mubai, Jian Lingxiao, Chun Zong. Not long after, Chun Zong saw Jian Lingxiao. He was fighting with a peerless genius from the mysterious ancient path. Jian Lingxiao came from the Golden Sword Manor. He was born with an extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. He practiced the sword very quickly, and his strength was amazing. He held a golden long sword in his hand. Rays of golden sword light rolled up. Each ray of golden sword light was extremely sharp. They pierced through the sky and attacked his opponent. Chun Zong's eyelids twitched. Even from a distance, he could feel the aura from the golden sword light. It was extremely shocking. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart and pierce through everything. The sword technique of the Golden Sword Manor was called the Golden Radiance 9 Extinction Sword Technique. It was an incomplete superior grade saint level sword technique. Its attack power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Jian Lingxiao's opponent was also very strong. However, it could be seen that as Jian Lingxiao displayed his sword technique to the extreme, his opponent was gradually suppressed. Chun Zong stopped to observe. The power of Jian Lingxiao's swordsmanship was astonishing. Not only did it have an astonishing speed, but it also had a terrifying power. The combination of the two made the lethality reach a terrifying level. Moreover, there were no obvious flaws. The swords connected, and golden light shone in all directions. Each ray of sword light pierced through the sky. There was nothing it couldn't break. Chun Zong squinted his eyes slightly. In his mind, there seemed to be rays of sword light that flashed past. It was a trace of inspiration. Jian Lingxiao's Golden Radiance 9 Extinction Sword Technique gave Chun Zong a lot of inspiration. It was helpful for his accumulation of sword technique. Golden Radiance 9 Rotations. With a low roar, the sword light became even more intense and dazzling as the momentum surged. As the sword struck out, the dazzling golden sword light shone brightly. It was as if a golden sun had crossed the sky. It rotated in an instant. With each rotation, its aura increased by a few notches. The second rotation, the third rotation. After the third rotation, the sword's power multiplied. It became even more terrifying and sharp. The Golden Radiance 9 rotations was extremely powerful. With Jian Lingxiao's current ability, he could only perform it up to the third rotation. With each rotation, the sword's power would increase by a few notches. The further it went, the more terrifying the increase would be. This was because each rotation's amplification was based on the previous rotation. For example, if the base power was 10 and the amplification ratio was 30%, then after the first rotation, the power would be 13%. The 30% amplification of the second rotation was based on the 13% power of the first rotation. The further it went, the stronger the amplification. After the third rotation, the sword seemed to have pierced through the void and smashed towards the peerless genius of the mysterious ancient path. Qinzong put himself in Jian Lingxiao's shoes and found that he couldn't avoid the sword at all. He could only take it head-on. However, the sword's power was very strong and astonishing. Perhaps this was Jian Lingxiao's most powerful sword. After the golden radiance passed, the void seemed to have been pierced through. A void appeared. The peerless genius from the mysterious ancient path trembled and suddenly exploded into countless rays of light, disappearing into the air. After killing his opponent, Jian Lingxiao's eyes turned. The golden radiance was extremely sharp. It crossed the sky and fell on Qinzong's face. Qinzong was slightly surprised. He felt as if he had been pierced through. Half-saint power swept through his body. The half-step sword essence condensed. His eyes became sharper. The gilded mountain sword trembled slightly in its scabbard. It was about to be unsheathed. Immediately after, Jian Lingxiao's eyes shot out like cold lightning. With a sway of his body, he turned into a streak of golden light. With an indescribable sharpness, he approached Qinzong in an instant. He raised his sword, and the sword disappeared into the air. Only an extremely sharp sword light shot out, as if it was tearing through the world. Fast, shockingly fast, sharp, unparalleled sharpness. It was like an aurora piercing through the sky. Its sharpness could pierce through everything in the world. Qinzong's eyes could not help but tremble. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. The subtle golden radiance pierced through the air. It was indescribably sharp, as if it wanted to pierce through his body and spiritual will. It seemed that he could not dodge or resist this sword. In an instant, Qinzong condensed his spiritual will and got rid of the sword's influence. The Gilded Mountain sword was unsheathed. With an extremely terrifying power, it blasted out like a volcanic eruption. Qinzong did not dodge. He wanted to test the power of Jian Lingxiao's attack. He thought that he could compete with Jian Lingxiao. However, that was just his own opinion. He still needed to fight to know whether he could really contend with Jian Lingxiao. Since Jian Lingxiao wanted to fight, he would fight. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were both from the mysterious underworld territory. In the end, they were just geniuses from the mysterious underworld territory. There was no other relationship between them. They had not even spoken a word. Therefore, he would not hold back. The quota for the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was extremely important. Fight, compete, seize the opponent's points. Since the start of the competition, both Qinzong and Jian Lingxiao had accumulated a lot of points. Their fighting spirit soared. Their sword essence surged. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. Qinzong immediately felt an indescribable sharpness penetrating his sword. It was as if it wanted to pierce his arm and body. Chapter 1438. A bright light flashed in Jian Lingxiao's eyes. He stared at Qinzong in astonishment. He found it hard to believe. Like him, Qinzong had obtained one of the quotas and entered the cultivation competition with Su Mubai and himself to compete for the 108 quotas in the Xianyuan Treasure Scroll world. However, Jian Lingxiao had always thought that Qinzong relied on luck. Therefore, he somewhat looked down on Qinzong. After all, luck was only temporary. Ability was the key to success. Moreover, Qinzong was a rogue cultivator, while Jian Lingxiao was the chief disciple of Golden Sword Villa. Their identities were even more different. Jian Lingxiao had thought that he could kill Qinzong with one strike, but he did not expect that he would not gain the upper hand. Only then did Jian Lingxiao take Qinzong seriously. Perhaps the reason why Qinzong was able to enter the finals like him was not purely due to luck, but also due to his strength. Golden Radiance, 9 swords. Jian Lingxiao did not hold back anymore. He immediately performed his most powerful sword technique. With one strike, the golden sword light streaked across the sky and reached Chunzong in an instant. Chunzong was shocked and immediately performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The blood-dripping swordsmanship was an upper sacred grade, while the Golden Radiance 9 swords was a superior sacred grade. Even though it was incomplete, it was still very powerful. Moreover, Jian Lingxiao had extraordinary talent in sword principle. He had practiced the Golden Radiance 9 swords for many years and had already reached the initial realm. Its power was very terrifying. The half-step sword essence that he had comprehended was called Golden Radiance Sword Essence. It was perfectly compatible with the Golden Radiance 9 swords and greatly enhanced its power. With each strike, the golden sword light pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. It was so sharp that Chunzong felt like he had been pierced through and riddled with holes. Chunzong was shocked. With a dignified expression, he performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship to the extreme. The difference in the level of martial arts techniques brought about a difference in power. The power of the Golden Radiance 9 swords of the small success realm was close to, or even comparable to, the blood-drop swordsmanship at the great success realm. In this regard, Chunzong did not have an advantage. However, as they fought, Chunzong found that his incomplete sword intent seemed to be stronger than his opponent's sword intent. Jian Lingxiao was also very surprised at this point. Demon-destroying golden light. With a swing of the sword, the golden sword light splashed out like a stream of light pouring down from the sky. With great power, it was as if it could drive away all evils. It made Chunzong's heart tremble, and he felt that his mind was swaying. Fortunately, Chunzong's mind was firm and steady, so he was hardly shaken. Misty rained morning clouds. He unleashed his self-created ultimate move. This move had become Chunzong's second strongest move. As for his strongest move, it was the third move of the blood-drop swordsmanship, Endless Blood Sea. The terrible sword Qi surged and rushed in all directions, as if it could tear everything apart. It left a series of shocking sword scars, which quickly spread out in all directions. Under the sword Qi, whether it was grass, trees, or stones, everything was smashed into powder. The more they fought, the more surprised Jian Lingxiao was. This guy didn't enter the final by luck? He is really strong. Chunzong was also a little surprised. Jian Lingxiao's strength was really terrible. If he hadn't broken through to 90% of the incomplete sword intent, he would have been no match for him. Even now, he could barely hold on. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Golden Radiance, 9 rotations. After being shocked, Jian Lingxiao finally looked at Chunzong seriously. He believed that Chunzong was qualified to make him use all his strength, so he immediately used his ultimate move. Chunzong had seen the power of this move with his own eyes. It was very terrible. The golden sword light was very dazzling. In an instant, it burst out like a golden sun, shining with unparalleled light. First revolution, the golden light became more dazzling, and its aura became more terrifying. It had a feeling of extreme overbearingness. Its sharpness was extremely shocking, as if it could shatter everything between heaven and earth. Second revolution, the aura surged again, making Chunzong feel like he was being pierced and shattered. It was very uncomfortable, and his face was extremely solemn. I can't let him complete the third revolution, Chunzong thought. Although he didn't know where the limit of Jian Lingxiao's sword was, he had seen Jian Lingxiao kill the peerless genius with one sword. He put himself in Jian Lingxiao's shoes and thought that he couldn't resist it at all. Then, he could only interrupt Jian Lingxiao in advance. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Endless Blood Sea. In an instant, the small success Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was displayed, and Jian Lingxiao's strength increased by several times. Endless Blood Sea went all out. When Jian Lingxiao's sword struck out, the blood light surged like a raging tide, as if it could shatter everything. Third revolution. At the same time, the third revolution was formed, which was beyond Chunzong's expectation. In an instant, Chunzong felt like he was about to be torn apart and smashed into pieces. Block it, He had to block this sword, because the consequence of not being able to block it was death. Once he was killed, all the points he had obtained would be lost. Block it, block it, block it. His belief was strong and unparalleled. He had to block it. He had to block it. Unknowingly, Chunzong managed to fend off this sword attack with great effort under his strong conviction. However, he sensed an extremely terrifying power surging toward him. It was as if it wanted to penetrate through his body, spirit, and soul. Fortunately, he managed to block it in the end. Taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, Chunzong felt as if his arm had lost all feeling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Even if he used the celestial crystal tyrant body, he could only barely block Jian Lingxiao's sword. However, Jian Lingxiao didn't immediately pursue him, as if it was a burden to display this sword. Let's go. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately displayed the flowing light, flying shadow, and quickly left. At present, his strength was not enough to defeat Jian Lingxiao. He could only barely contend with him. In that case, it was better to retreat first. Jian Lingxiao didn't pursue him. Instead, he stared at Chunzong's retreating figure and immediately adjusted his breath. The two battles had consumed a lot of energy. If he didn't recover in time, he would be in danger of being killed if he encountered other peerless geniuses. My sword doesn't need so many changes and revolutions. One sword, only one sword with the strongest power. There's no need for so many changes. Where the heart desires, the sword will go. One sword to kill the enemy, and there's no turning back. After Chunzong fled far away, he pondered. Jian Lingxiao's strength was very strong, even stronger than his. Of course, it was mainly because of the 9 golden light sword. If it weren't for this sword, Jian Lingxiao's strength wouldn't be stronger than his. A tyrannical unique skill was enough to reverse the outcome of the battle and reverse life and death. The most important thing right now was to create a unique skill with extremely strong offensive power. It was very necessary and also the most important thing. Chunzong increasingly realized this. After all, the geniuses who entered the Xian Yuan treasure scroll this time weren't weaker than Jian Lingxiao. There were many of them, and some of them were even stronger than Jian Lingxiao. Like Sumu Bai, like Zhao Xingkong, like Blazing Phoenix King, like Yang Quan, like He Yinze, like Yi Qindao. These were all things he knew. There would only be more that he didn't know. If he encountered these geniuses, he would be no match for them. Sometimes, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. He could only be killed, lose half of his points, and drop his ranking. Therefore, strength was very important. Now, the way to improve his strength was either to break through the half-step sword intent to 100%, which would significantly increase his strength, or to create a unique skill with tyrannical offensive power. Of course, borrowing the power of Azura's doppelganger was also a way. However, it wasn't his own strength after all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chunzong didn't want to borrow it. On the other hand, Chunzong also had a feeling that in the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, the power of a Saint Realm expert would be suppressed to the extreme. He was afraid that the power of Azura's doppelganger wouldn't be of much help to him and might even be exposed. In the final analysis, his own strength was the most important. Everything else was ultimately external forces that couldn't be put to good use. Chunzong stopped and kept recalling Jian Lingxiao's golden light sword technique in his mind. Every sword move was so sharp and tyrannical, especially the last golden light 9 revolutions. Although it was only the 3rd revolution, its power was terrifying. That sword had pointed out the direction for Chunzong's self-created attack. However, Chunzong did not need to go through 9 transformations, nor did he need to go through 3 transformations. As long as he poured all his strength into that one sword strike, he would be able to kill his enemy in one strike. One sword moved to kill. The light in his eyes flickered incessantly as more and more spiritual lights appeared. Gradually, the ultimate move became clearer and clearer, but it still lacked something. Fight! He continued to look for strong opponents to fight, using the external pressure to stimulate himself and also to hone himself. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Over the next few days, the number of geniuses that died under Chunzong's sword increased by another 6. However, Chunzong was also nearly killed once more. That time, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the Azuric doppelganger to escape. However, Chunzong also found that the power of Azura's doppelganger was indeed more restricted here. It consumed more energy and could only last for a shorter time. After several life-or-death battles, Chunzong's points reached more than 300. His ranking also improved a lot, reaching the 300th place. However, there was still a big gap to enter the top 108. Similarly, the effect of the sharpening under the life-or-death crisis became more and more obvious. Countless inspirations filled his mind like lightning and sword light, as if 10,000 swords were flying at the same time. This sword move should be the sword of extreme speed and strength. It should be the ultimate combination of speed and strength. It should be the sharpness that abandons all ostentatiousness. This sword move should be unsheathed when I feel like it, piercing through everything in the world. This sword move should come from the heart and end with the sword. The extreme of the heart and the extreme of the sword. The inspirations became clearer. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, an unparalleled cold light shot out from his heart and soul, piercing through the sky. Immediately, Chunzong used his finger as a sword and stabbed straight out. The sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the sky like a ray of light. There was a cold light at the tip of his finger. It was so sharp that it pierced through everything in the world. It was indestructible and unstoppable. The sword moved as if it had pierced through time and space. It seemed to have shrunk the distance of the world. Chapter 1439. The black flames spread and burned. The scorching aura swept across the land and charged forward. Everything in its path seemed to be burned to ashes, leaving behind a straight trail. Chunzong's expression did not change as he faced the black flames head-on. In an instant, as the black flames fluctuated, a black flaming dragon rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. The scorching aura seemed to want to destroy Chunzong and turn him into ashes. Behind the black flame dragon was He Yinlin's cold figure. Seeing Chunzong, He Yinlin could not help but think of the battle in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Chunzong took the opportunity to snatch the high-tier demonic beast's beast core, causing him to lose 1,000 points and the great glory of becoming a saint. This was a disgrace that he must wash away. Therefore, when He Yinlin saw Chunzong's figure, he was furious and filled with murderous intent. In the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, due to the rules of the competition, killing was not allowed. When attacking, it was inevitable that one would be restrained, fearing that killing would cause one to be eliminated. But here, one could kill without any scruples. There was no need to hold back. All of one's strength could be displayed to the fullest. Kill. He Yinlin's heart was extremely violent. He swore to kill Chunzong. He unsheathed his sword, and sword light surged through the air. A bloody light raged. The 90% half-step sword intent exploded, causing the sword to spurt blood. Its power was unparalleled. In an instant, it pierced through the black flame dragon and charged towards He Yinlin. He Yinlin's expression changed drastically. How could Chunzong's strength have increased so much compared to before? It was terrifying. Black Flame King. Without hesitation, He Yinlin immediately used his strongest secret technique. Countless flames swept out and condensed into a black flame tyrant's phantom behind him. An extremely terrifying blazing aura rippled out, burning everything in all directions. Black Flame's sky-lifting hand. In an instant, He Yinlin used his ultimate move. A huge black hand condensed out of thin air. It covered the sky as if darkness had descended, suppressing all life on the earth. It was as if the earth was collapsing, burning all living things into ashes. Previously at the desolate cloud swamp, Nan was quite clear about his opponent's capabilities. Now, that it was a real battle of life and death, a battle of life and death to steal his opponent's points, it was most appropriate to kill him directly. When his hand struck down, it was as if it could shatter mountains and split the earth. The terrifying heat was like raging waves, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. So powerful. This was a move without any reservations. Its might was much stronger than when he was in the cloud, desolate swamp. This level of strength was not inferior to Jian Lingxiao's golden light 9 transformations. Celestial crystal tyrant body. Chunzong's eyes gradually lit up. The light seemed to be silver, but it also seemed to be golden. It was so sharp that it pierced through all obstacles and illusions and went straight to the essence. The 90% half-step sword intent gathered in an instant, and the half-saint power in his body was also condensed to the extreme. One sword strike. Only one sword. An ultimate sword strike. The most tyrannical sword strike. Wherever the heart goes, the sword will go. The pinnacle of the heart and the pinnacle of the sword, one slash. Absolute void, one sword. Killing heart, a single sword. Spirit slaughter, only one sword. Killing, limitless. The incomparable sword light seemed to be a touch of gold, incomparably mysterious and extremely fast. It seemed to be even faster than lightning, even faster than extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the horizon as if it was right in front of him. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword was called Extreme Heart Sword Style. It started from the heart and stopped at the sword. Kill. With an incomparably firm heart, he launched the ultimate sword strike. The mysterious and sharp sword light was thinner than a finger. It pierced through the sky, pierced through the black hand, and went for He Yinlin. There was no way to dodge. There was no way to resist. He Yinlin's body trembled, and the Black Flame King behind him also trembled, disintegrating instantly. Killed with one sword strike. He Yinlin, who was originally stronger than Chunzong, could not block Chunzong's sword strike at this moment. Killed with one sword strike. Chunzong was also a little surprised. Dead. It was only one sword strike, but he had killed his opponent directly. Moreover, it was under the condition that his opponent had used his strongest move. Thinking back to that day in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, Chunzong had relied on the power of the Azuric doppelganger to fight against his opponent. After that, Chunzong had cultivated the 8th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, to small success. He had also comprehended the half-step sword essence to 90%. His cultivation had improved further, and his basic strength had increased significantly. Moreover, he had comprehended a purely offensive sword strike after many battles. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword strike was Chunzong's first battle. He did not expect its power to not disappoint him at all. Very strong. Under the enhancement of Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, he had killed He Yinlin with one sword strike. He Yinlin's strength was not weak at all. He was not much weaker than Jian Lingxiao. But I wonder if Extreme Heart Sword Style can kill Jian Lingxiao. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. That day, when Jian Lingxiao attacked, Chunzong had seen it with his own eyes. He had also experienced it personally. It was very, very strong and extraordinary. Moreover, he was not sure if it was Jian Lingxiao's strongest strength. Because of this, Chunzong did not have absolute confidence. However, with this sword strike, perhaps his strength was not inferior to Jian Lingxiao's. From the beginning, he was far inferior to Jian Lingxiao. Now, he was catching up step by step. Chunzong was full of confidence that he would soon surpass Jian Lingxiao. The road was under his feet, moving forward courageously. Killing He Yinlin immediately increased Chunzong's points by more than 200, reaching more than 500. His ranking also rose by dozens, nearing the top 300. He was even closer to the top 108. In another place, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was He Yinlin. There was still a trace of shock and disbelief on He Yinlin's face. He had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by Jian Lingxiao's sword strike. How is this possible? How could Jian Lingxiao's strength improve to such a level in such a short time. It was unbelievable. Although He Yin-lin was furious, he did not completely lose his mind. He suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart and started to think. He could not understand how someone who was originally inferior to him could improve so much in such a short time. He could even kill him with a single sword strike. It was unbelievable. He Yin-lin, why didn't you go hunt? A voice came from behind him. He Yin-lin quickly turned around, and joy appeared on his face. Brother Ming, He Yin-lin immediately said. Then, a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. I was killed just now. Killed. He Yin-ming's eyes emitted a sharp, killing intent. His voice also carried a trace of shocking, killing intent. Who killed you? In the Black Flame clan, He Yin-zhe was the #1 Sky Pride. He Yin-ming was the #2 Sky Pride. As for He Yin-lin, he was actually the #3 Sky Pride. He Yin-zhe was undoubtedly the strongest. Although He Yin-ming was not as strong as He Yin-zhe, his strength was not weak at all. He was much stronger than He Yin-lin. He Yin-lin directly told He Yin-ming about Qinzhou. Black light flickered in He Yin-ming's eyes, as if black flames were burning. He Yin-ming's body was very majestic. He gave off a very oppressive feeling. His body was surrounded by an extremely tyrannical aura, as if it could suppress everything. He was not as strong as you before. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in such a short time. He was able to kill you. This person must have a big secret. He Yin-ming said in a low voice. That's right. This person must have a great opportunity. Yin-lin seemed to have just thought of this. Let's go and hunt others for points. No matter what, as a Sky Pride of the Black Flame clan, we must enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. He Yin-ming said. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. If I meet that person, I will kill him and avenge you. Thank you, Brother Ming. He Yin-lin quickly said. On the screen outside, the rankings were constantly changing. The top 108 received the most attention. This was because only the top 108 could enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. Those outside the top 108 had no chance at all. The competition was very fierce. Once one was killed, one's points would be reduced by half. Immediately, one would fall from the top and fall out of the top 108. However, if one could kill a Sky Pride in the top 108 and obtain half of their points, one's own points would increase by a lot, causing one's ranking to rise. Currently, the first-ranked Sky Pride already had more than 5,000 points. Even the 108th ranked Sky Pride had more than 1,000 points. As for the Sky Prides, after the 108th ranked Sky Pride, they were all below 1,000 points. Qinzhou's points were more than 500. Hence, his ranking was not high. He was only around 300. Die. A sword slashed through the air. The sword radiance condensed into a beam. It was extremely fast and unparalleled. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was extremely frightening. Kill. After killing his opponent, Qinzhou's points increased by nearly 200 points. From the original 500 points, it increased to more than 700 points. His ranking also rose from the 300th place to the top 300, and he was now in the 250th place. Qinzhou did not know his ranking on the list at this moment, but that did not prevent him from killing other Sky Prides to obtain points. In short, if he wanted to stand out in this battle, he had to keep killing others to increase his points. The more, the better. It's you. A cold voice came from afar. Qinzhou also looked over. It was the Sky Pride from the Heavenly Cloud sect who had chased after him with a saber in the Yunwang Swamp. At that time, this person was extremely strong and stronger than him. Fortunately, time was up. Otherwise, he would have to borrow the power of the Azura doppelganger to compete with him. But now it was unusual. In front of him, a dazzling saber radiance tore through the sky. It was like a torrent bursting a dam or an avalanche in the sky. It was extremely powerful and wanted to tear everything apart. The saber slashed through the air, and the extremely strong saber pressure immediately cut open the ground, leaving a straight saber mark. The saber mark was endless. and it was as if it wanted to cut Chun Zong in half. It was extremely ferocious. The figure, holding a saber, followed closely behind the saber mark and closed in on him at an extremely fast speed. The last time Chun Zong managed to escape, it was also because time was up. This time, there was no such opportunity or luck. Kill! Chun Zong's eyes flashed, and he slashed out with his sword. The power of the 90% half-step sword essence was even more powerful. The endless sea of blood surged and swallowed the saber radiance in an instant. The waves were like surging sword chi, sweeping over. The opponent's face suddenly changed. How could the power of this sword be so strong? He swung his saber. Chapter 1440. The saber radiance was like a rolling snow wave, pouring down from the sky. The saber chi was so powerful that it tore the world apart. Chun Zong stood still, his back like a sharp sword pointing to the sky. He faced the astonishing saber waves that were like an avalanche, as if he was going to fight against the power of heaven and earth by himself. The 90% half-step sword essence. Activated. The sharpness surged in the sky and raged in all directions. Endless sword chi was produced, as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Kill! The gilded mountain sword trembled, and the sword broke through the sky. Extreme heart swordsmanship. The fastest sword move. The most powerful sword move. The sword move that came from the heart. The sword move that came from the heart was invincible. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was shocked. How could the sword move be so powerful, so fast, and so fierce? This sword was too fast. The moment the sword was raised, it had already pierced through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the snowy waves of saber light. The extremely shocking sharpness of the sword was right in front of him, giving him a terrifying feeling of being pierced through. Dodge! He must dodge. His conviction was so strong that he had to dodge it no matter what, because if he couldn't, he would be killed, lose half of his points, and drop in ranking. However, this sword also carried Chun Zong's conviction. Conviction was so strong. Conviction was supreme. Where did conviction come from? It came from the heart. In this regard, Chun Zong, who had inherited the Heart Sword Sutra and comprehended all of it, was more proficient in it. The extreme heart swordsmanship was created based on the 90% half-step sword essence. It was a sword move that was created purely for attacking and killing. It abandoned all other changes and vanity, and purely pursued the perfect combination of lethality, speed, and power. Fierce. Extremely fierce. It was extremely fierce. The trajectory of the sword was straight and pierced through everything, whether it was real or not. The saber radiance paused for a moment, and Wu Yu's eyes were slightly dazed. He felt that the beam of sword radiance had slowed down, but a stronger feeling of horror rose in his heart. It was as if the sword didn't slow down, but became faster. It was so fast that he had an illusion that it had slowed down. His thoughts seemed to have been affected as well. He had no time to dodge at all, and the sword pierced through the sky. There seemed to be a slight pain blossoming from the center of his brows, and then it spread throughout his head and body. After that, his vision turned dark, and his consciousness became sluggish, sinking into an abyss. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was dead. Chun Zong sheathed his sword and stood still on the spot, his brows slightly furrowed. Chun Zong had infused the extreme heart swordsmanship with his belief that he would definitely kill his opponent. He wanted to be as fast as possible so that he could kill his opponent with one strike. Under the strong conviction to kill, some kind of change seemed to have occurred. It was a very subtle and mysterious change. The change made Chun Zong feel a little dazed for a moment. It seemed that the speed of his sword had slowed down. No, it seemed that the surroundings had slowed down. It was a very strange feeling that was hard to describe. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill his opponent with a single strike. Deep in thought, Chun Zong did not pay attention to how many points he had gained. Instead, he kept recalling the mysteries of that sword move in his mind. Soon after, the Gilded Mountain sword was unsheathed and slashed through the air. Extreme Heart's swordsmanship. The golden sword light was very thin, and it pierced through the air. In a flash, it pierced through a huge rock 100 meters away, and then it exploded. No, Chunzong shook his head. He did not find that feeling. After trying a few more times, Chunzong still could not find the feeling of that sword move, so he had to give up for the time being. If I can find that mystery, the power of that sword move will definitely be more powerful. Chunzong said to himself thoughtfully. He even had a feeling that if he could find the mystery of that sword move, not only would the Extreme Heart swordsmanship be more powerful, but it would also be more beneficial for his future cultivation. However, it was not so easy to find. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future. Perhaps if he fought with a strong opponent again, it would appear again. A strong opponent. Chunzong's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. In the world of Xian Yuan Treasure Scroll, he would not really die if he was killed. In this way, he could fight without any scruples. The advantage was that he could better hone himself and stimulate his potential at the edge of life and death. This was a great opportunity that could not be missed. A moment of enlightenment caused Chunzong's thoughts to undergo a slight change. Take the initiative to attack. Before, Chunzong was a little passive. Now, he changed to take the initiative to find other strong opponents to fight with. After discarding all his worries, Chunzong had a feeling that his mind seemed to have become even clearer, transparent, and pure. All the profundities seemed to have become even more lively. Original mind. It was not that points were no longer important, but he did not need to be restrained by points and let his sword be stained with dust. Flowing light, flying shadow. In a flash, Chunzong felt that his speed was a little faster, and as he used his body movement, his speed gradually increased. His flowing light, flying shadow had a breakthrough. Advanced level. His flowing light, flying shadow in the advanced level was about 30% faster than when he was in the initial level, which made Chunzong even faster. Chu Tianlu, the peerless talent in the capital city. The surname of the king of the Xianyuan dynasty was Chu, and Chu was the surname of the king. Chu Tianlu was not only the peerless talent in the capital city, but also one of the peerless talents in the royal family. He was temporarily ranked 180th on the list. Chu Tianlu's eyes were cold and disdainful. He stared at Chunzong with a trace of dominance. With the sky piercer in his hand, he pointed it to the sky. His astonishing dominance rushed to the heavens. Boom! Chu Tianlu stomped his feet, and a terrifying force instantly hit the ground through his feet. The ground cracked and rippled. Chu Tianlu's whole body suddenly rushed out like a giant ballista shooting out to attack a city. His speed was extremely fast, and his momentum was unparalleled. The extremely domineering golden-red sky piercer rolled in the air, bringing with it a ring of blazing golden-red flames. It carried with it a terrifying force that seemed to be able to smash a mountain into pieces. Chunzong was shocked. The power of this blow was really terrifying. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It gave him an unparalleled feeling of invincibility. He was like a great general who had fought on the battlefield and won every battle. He was brave and invincible. The impact of the momentum and the battle of the yellow sand did not allow him to retreat. Chunzong's eyes focused. His unparalleled faith condensed into a solid light that pierced through the sky as if it was piercing through the heavens. In an instant, the gilded mountain sword erupted with an unparalleled power. The sword swung through the air, and layers of ripples surged endlessly like waves. Blood burst with the sword. The sword and the sky piercer collided in an instant, and the most terrifying aura was instantly released. It was as if starlight had exploded. The ripples rolled out and raged in all directions. The void was like a turbulent wave, and wild waves rose in all directions. Chunzong only felt an extremely domineering and powerful force fiercely rushing towards him. It was as if it was going to break his arm and collapse his body. For the first time, Chun Zong experienced this feeling. After all, his body refining cultivation was not bad, and his physique was very strong. Usually, it was others who were pushed back by his violent attacks. But this time, his opponent's strength shocked Chun Zong. Body refining. This person also practiced body refining, and it was very brilliant. In other words, this person was a body refining cultivator. A body refining cultivator who focused on body refining and qi refining as a supplement. His situation was the opposite of Chun Zong's. His body refining cultivation had reached the peak of the half-saint level, and the body refining cultivation method he practiced was also very brilliant. Naturally, it would give birth to an unparalleled power. His half-mixed sky force was very brilliant, far more powerful than Shinzong's. It gave off a feeling of crushing. Terrifying. Very terrifying. It made Chun Zong feel like he was being crushed by an ancient beast. Chu Tianlu was slightly stunned, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. His attack did not directly defeat his opponent. It was a little surprising. Body refining. Chu Tianlu's mouth curved into a faint smile, as if he was interested and disdainful. He seemed to be saying, "How dare you use the power of body refining in front of me?" The extremely exuberant vital energy and blood fluctuated incessantly, like a surging tide. Chun Zongdo could hear the grand and loud sound of the surging tide, resounding through the void without stopping, like the beating of war drums that shook the heavens and the earth. This sound made Chun Zong's qi and blood fluctuate, and he could not help but tremble. Immediately, blood light spurted out from Chu Tianlu's body, diffusing behind his back and gradually condensing. However, it was still somewhat illusory. It was the shadow of a blood-colored war general, holding a long halberd and looking forward, as if he was invincible and invincible, shaking the earth. Spirit. That was spirit. The body-refining cultivation method that Chu Tianlu practiced was of the highest grade of the saint level, and it was a complete top grade of the highest grade of the saint level. Moreover, the spirit that he cultivated was very powerful. Even though it was not solid enough, it already had the iron blood spirit that could win every battle. As soon as the spirit appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, like a mountain suppressing the sky, the earth, and all living things. It made Chun Zong feel like his neck was stretched out, and he was horrified. Boom! On the sky halberd, blood light rushed out, and a blow was blasted out. It carried the most terrifying power of Chu Tianlu's body, and it attacked without reservation, shattering and destroying everything. Chun Zong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. There was no room to dodge this blow, as if it would pierce through him, tear him into pieces, and then turn him into powder. The surrounding space was suppressed by the opponent's spirit. Faith, the strongest. A sword attack, extreme heart swordsmanship. A blow that originated from the heart and ended with the sword. This sword attack poured all of his strength, willpower, and faith into it, and it was only for the sake of killing the enemy. The golden sword light was condensed to the extreme, faster than flowing light, faster than lightning, and more explosive than thunder. This blow alone could destroy all living things and slaughter all living things. Kill. In an instant, the sword and the blow collided. The void froze in an instant, and Chun Zong and Chu Tianlu seemed to be frozen in a scroll, unable to move. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power rippled out, destroying everything in its path. It turned into rolling ripples, destroying everything in its path. The sand and stones on the ground were instantly pulverized, leaving behind countless scars on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Chun Zong's body trembled. An extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to destroy him, hit him. As his muscles and bones trembled, he felt sore, as if they were about to disintegrate. He flew backward, and his feet drew 2 long gullies on the ground. Chapter 1441. The ground was shattered. Chunzong was shocked, and his face was cold. He blocked it. The Extreme Heart Sword style was blocked by his opponent. The Extreme Heart Sword style had killed two peerless geniuses with one strike. He thought he could do it again, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. This person's strength was really strong. Fight! Chunzong shouted in a low voice. It was like a muffled thunder, and thunder surged in the void. A strong enemy. A strong enemy. A strong enemy that even his strongest strike couldn't kill. A strong enemy that could make his heart tremble and his fighting spirits soar to the sky. Fight! Only this fight. Only this fight. Fight without rest. Fight without fear. Fight without exhaustion. Okay. Chu Tianluo's eyes were burning. His vigorous qi and blood roared like a dragon and rolled like thunder. He looked at Chunzong seriously. The tyrannical half-mixed heavenly power roared in his body, like a giant dragon dancing in the sky, driving the four seas in all directions. It poured into the sky halberd, and the bloodlight surged in the sky. Fight! Chu Tianlu felt that his fighting spirit had been completely awakened. His blood was like a torrent of magma, surging endlessly. The halberd flew across the sky, breaking mountains and rivers and shattering the vacuum. The power of the halberd was pushed to the extreme under the aura of an iron-blooded warrior. One halberd shatters mountains and rivers. Chunzong was horrified. Compared to before, the might of this halberd didn't seem to have increased by much, but its aura had increased explosively by quite a few times. It directly charged over, causing Chunzong to have a tragic feeling as if mountains and rivers were being shattered. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Extreme Heart Sword style. This sword was unparalleled in its power. The power of the sword was strengthened by the celestial crystal tyrant body, and the golden sword light pierced through the void. Conviction. The conviction to kill the enemy with one strike. The conviction to pierce through everything with one strike. They collided again, and the horrifying power rippled and raged in all directions. Chunzong only felt that the horrifying power rushed straight at him, as if it was going to destroy everything. Retreat. He retreated once again to disperse that extremely terrifying power. The ground shattered one after another. Chu Tianlu paused for a moment. His muscles, tendons, and bones surged downwards like waves. He directed his strength to bombard the ground, causing it to collapse and crack. His entire body also borrowed this terrifying strength to charge out. A halberd struck out horizontally. The halberd broke through the air and shattered the mountains. Extreme Heart Sword Technique. He gathered his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was Chunzong's most powerful attack. Even the endless blood sea could not compare to it. If he were to use any other sword art, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xian at all. Only the Extreme Heart Sword style could contend against it. Moreover, Chunzong planned to use the pressure from his opponent to sharpen himself and further perfect his sword technique. Faith, sincerity, heart domain. It was completely integrated into the sword. Kill. In a trance, Chunzong found that feeling again. It seemed that under the sword, the flow of space slowed down. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that it was like the murmuring of water. His opponent's halberd also seemed to slow down, and its trajectory was even clearer. Chunzong felt that he seemed to be able to avoid his opponent's attack. The speed of the sword did not slow down in the slightest. Kill. Chunzong saw a hint of surprise appear on Chu Tianluo's face. That surprise was like a ripple in his eyes. Immediately, a cold light shot out from the depths of Chu Tianluo's eyes. His head shifted in an instant to avoid the Extreme Heart Sword style. Originally, the sword should have pierced through Chu Tianluo's glabella. After it was shifted, it pierced through Chu Tianluo's left ear. The terrifying power immediately shattered his left ear. The sharp pain from his left ear caused Chu Tianluo's expression to change greatly. The momentum brought by the terrifying sword directly penetrated his sea of consciousness, causing him to feel dizzy in an instant. The halberd struck at the same time, but Chunzong avoided it. Retreat. Chu Tianlu did not hesitate at all. He immediately burst out with all his strength and retreated rapidly. The sharp pain from his left ear being shattered was very intense. It constantly attacked him, and it also contained the terrifying impact of the sword chi. The astonishing momentum reverberated. In such a state, his strength would inevitably be affected. If he continued to fight fiercely with his opponent, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. He might even be killed. Retreat first. Wait until his injury had recovered. Chu Tianlu made a prompt decision. His speed was astonishingly fast. Chunzong was slightly startled by the mystery of the extreme heart sword style, so he let Chu Tianlu go far away. Chunzong did not pursue him. Even if he caught up, it was unknown whether he could kill him. Moreover, Chunzong felt that it was more important to take this opportunity to comprehend the mystery of the extreme heart sword style. The mystery was very strange. It actually made him feel that the speed of his sword had slowed down. For a moment, Chunzong could not grasp the opportunity to comprehend the mystery contained in it. Even with his powerful soul and comprehension, it was difficult to comprehend anything. Chunzong felt that this mystery was even more profound. After a while, Chunzong only felt confused. It seemed that he wanted to grasp something, but could not grasp it. He could not comprehend anything, so he could only give up temporarily. However, after the fierce battle with the strong opponent, Chunzong had repeatedly used the extreme heart sword style. It allowed him to grasp more of its mysteries. The extreme heart sword style became more complete, and its power increased. Chu Tianlu's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. One of his ears was shattered. This was a disgrace. Of course, it was not that the shattered ear could not be recovered. As long as he left the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, it would be as good as new. There would not be any injuries left. It was just that the feeling was very unpleasant. However, at the same time, Chu Tianlu was also afraid of Chunzong. He clearly felt that his opponent was not that strong, but he was tenacious and tenacious. The more they fought, the stronger he became. He was very difficult to deal with, and in the end, he could even injure him. "Brother Ming, it's him." He Yinlin noticed Chunzong and immediately said to He Yinming, "Kill him." He Yinming revealed an extremely cold smile, and a murderous intent bloomed from the depths of his eyes. "Kill!" He Yinlin shouted in a low voice, and instantly turned into a black flowing light. His aura was shockingly hot, and he was like a black meteor that streaked across the sky, closing in on Chunzong. Chunzong turned around, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He stared at He Yinlin, and a smile appeared on his face. "Chunzong, you deserve to die." He Yinlin's furious voice directly rushed out, filled with murderous intent. "You're just a dead soul under my sword." Chunzong's rebuttal made He Yinlin extremely angry. "A loser, a dead soul under my sword." He Yinming's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." He Yinlin was extremely furious, and his speed increased by a notch. Chunzong's eyes focused, and his pupils were like needles as he stared at He Yinlin. He waved his right hand lightly, and his 5 fingers grasped the hilt of his sword. The gilded heavy mountain sword was instantly unsheathed. "Kill!" The moment the sword was unsheathed, it shattered the vacuum. Extreme heart sword style. He Yinlin's strength was not weak, and the other person's aura seemed to be even stronger. If the two of them joined forces, Chunzong was afraid that he would not be a match for them. Therefore, he had to kill one of them first. He Yinlin's strength was not weak, so he could only use his strongest sword. Extreme heart sword style. Kill! He Yinlin was horrified. He felt as if he was being torn apart by an extreme sharpness, not only his body, but also his mind. Extremely horrifying. Extremely terrifying. The sharpness bloomed in front of his eyes. He Yinlin wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not. Kill! The intense pain spread rapidly, and He Yinlin's consciousness sank. He was killed by Chunzong's sword. Death! He died under Chunzong's sword for the second time. He had accumulated some points, but half of them were taken away by Chunzong again. You deserve to die. He Yinming's eyes widened in anger. The person who said that is already dead. Chunzong replied. He took a step forward, turning into a stream of light that swept across the sky. He quickly approached He Yinming, and his extremely tyrannical aura was like an invisible sword aura. Boom! He Yinming's strength exploded, and the black flame aura soared into the sky. It danced wildly and burned fiercely, burning everything and turning everything into ashes. That was the flame of anger. That was the flame of destruction. Just now, He Yinming was just a bit slower, and his clan brother, He Yinlin, was killed by the other party's sword. This person must die. Chunzong unleashed his full strength and pointed his finger. The black flame energy pierced through the sky, one after another, and shot out continuously. An astonishing hot aura filled the air. Kill! 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 Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of killing, majestic and mighty. Extreme Heart Sword style. Chunzong muttered to himself and attacked again. This sword was extremely powerful, and the more perfect it was, the more tyrannical its power would be. A powerful opponent was the best whetstone to sharpen one's sword, to sharpen one's everything. Throw away your worries and be fearless. Wherever your heart desires, your sword will go. A sword pierced through the air. Chunzong did not find a unique and mysterious feeling in this sword. An intense battle. He Yinming's strength was much stronger than He Yinlin's. Once the battle was intense, it immediately brought Chunzong a lot of pressure. This pressure was what Chunzong needed. With enough pressure, his potential could be further stimulated. Die, die, die. He Yinming was extremely furious, and both of his hands struck out continuously. The power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The black palm print burned with extremely hot flames, and the flames were extremely violent. Every palm strike was as if it could shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong felt that his body was about to be burned into ashes. Extreme Heart Sword style. He attacked again. He Yinming's pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and black flames rapidly condensed in front of him, turning into an exquisite and solid shield, blocking Chunzong's attack. The shield was instantly pierced, but the Extreme Heart Sword style was also slightly hindered, unable to hit his opponent. Black Flame King. He Yinming executed a secret technique, and the Black Flame King appeared behind him. It looked more solid than the Black Flame King that He Yinlin had executed, and the aura it emitted was also more tyrannical. Black Flame Sky Lifting Hand. The Black Fire King immediately struck out with his palm. A huge black palm print covered the sky, as if it was going to crush the earth into smithereens. Strong. The power of this attack was much stronger than the one that He Yinlin had executed. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Extreme Heart Sword style. The power increased by several times, and it became even more tyrannical. He Yinming felt his hair stand on end, as if this sword could pierce through everything. Boundless Blood Sea. With a thought, the sword struck out, and the blood light swept out like raging waves, drowning the surroundings, including He Yinming and the Black Flame King. Extreme Heart Sword style. Chapter 1442. The sword light was like a shooting star that pierced through the sky. It carried an indomitable will and belief that pierced through, shattered, and destroyed everything. This sword carried Chunzong's killing intent. The Black Fire King's eyes were burning with blazing flames that emitted a terrifying, destructive intent. He struck down with his hand as if he wanted to sink the earth. Ultimate attack. Belief. Will. In an instant, Chunzong felt a trace of absent-mindedness flash past him. The void under his sword seemed to have slowed down again. The Black Fire King's attack also slowed down under Chunzong's gaze. Its trajectory was incomparably clear. Under the heart domain, Chun Zong realized that his mastery of the extreme heart sword style was getting stronger. The indomitable sword's trajectory made a slight turn in an instant. He avoided the Black Fire King's ferocious attack and charged towards He Yinming. It was a completely unexpected and unimaginable sword that pierced through He Yinming's throat and went straight to the back of his neck. He Yinlin was dead. He Yinming was dead. After Chun Zong came to his senses, he checked his points again. He Yinlin had provided him with more than 100 points. It wasn't a lot. It only increased his ranking by a dozen places. The other person had provided him with a large amount of points, more than 600. More than 600 points was a large amount of points. It directly increased Chun Zong's ranking by a lot as he continued to advance. He Yinming was very strong. He was very close to the top 108 on the list. Now that Chun Zong had obtained half of his points, his ranking shot up from the 200th place to the 200th place. He then entered the 150th place and continued to rise. 140. In the outside world, a group of experts and sky prides were staring at the list. All of them noticed that a name was constantly flashing. Every time it flashed, the ranking would rapidly advance. 130, 120, 110. The experts of the mysterious underworld territory were all very excited. They subconsciously clenched their fists. Chun Zong. The name that had soared was Chun Zong. Chun Zong, on the other hand, came from the mysterious underworld territory and was a genius of the mysterious underworld territory. In the beginning, the experts did not place much hope on Chun Zong. However, they did not expect that Chun Zong would not only pass the prefectural competition, but also the regional competition. He even achieved a good ranking in the overall competition. 105. In the end, Chun Zong's name was fixed. 105. That's great, said an expert from the realm of Mystic Nether. Currently, 2 of the top 108 were from the mysterious Nether region. One was Chun Zong, who had just risen, and the other was Sumu Bai. In the previous session, only one person from the Mystic Underworld territory had made it into the top 108. Although it was not the end yet, it was still a great hope that 2 people would make it into the top 108. After some enlightenment, Chun Zong further perfected the Extreme Heart Sword style. The Extreme Heart Sword style's lethality was very strong. It was more than twice as strong as the Misty Rain Morning Cloud. It brought about an obvious improvement in Chun Zong's strength. With this sword style, Chun Zong did not need to use any other sword techniques. He could use it to fight his enemies. I wonder if I can make it into the top 108 with the points I have now. Chun Zong thought to himself. He could know how many points he had, but he could not know his ranking. This was an unknown factor that made people hunt for others to obtain more points. This was because no one could be sure that they would make it into the top 108 in the end. As a result, the competition intensified. Otherwise, if they were able to find out about their quota, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be some people who would be satisfied, go into hiding, and no longer compete with others, causing this competition to be much less intense. If he did not know his ranking, he would continue to hunt. The improvement in his strength and the leap in his spirit gave him more confidence to face everything. With a sword in hand, he could fight for the top of the world. His strength was completely restored. His half-saint power was more powerful and vigorous. He was getting closer and closer to the upper limit of the half-saint level. It could be said that other than Chun Zong, the cultivation of the other geniuses had all reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. They could not improve their cultivation anymore. The only thing that could be improved was the level of the cultivation method. The improvement of the level of the cultivation method would make one's strength purer and more vigorous. It would indirectly increase one's strength. In addition, the breakthrough of the martial arts would also increase one's strength. Finally, it was the half-step town meaning. The breakthrough of the combination of these 3 would bring about the most intense improvement. If his cultivation reached the upper limit of the half-saint level, his strength would be further enhanced. Taiyuan Cloud Piercing Technique. With a low shout, the 12th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Piercing Technique was fully activated. The vigorous chi of heaven and earth surged like a tide and turned into an astonishingly huge vortex funnel. It instantly condensed above Chunzong's head and poured down. The chi of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous, rich, and pure. It poured into Chunzong's body from the top of his head. It was as if it had broken through all the shackles and obstacles in his body. Activate, 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 refine, 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 absorb, absorb, absorb. The chi of heaven and earth in the Xian Yuan treasure scroll was incomparably pure. It could be absorbed as soon as it was refined. There were not many impurities. The 9 spiritual wheels were fully activated. They became faster and more magnificent. The mighty sound burst out like thousands of thunderbolts, shaking the chi, blood, tendons, and organs in his body. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. When there was no more upgrade, the huge vortex in the sky gradually slowed down and slowly dissipated. After the chi of heaven and earth vortex completely dissipated, Chunzong gradually stopped the operation of the cultivation method. He felt that there was an extremely powerful and vigorous force in his body. It was the upper-level half-saint power cultivated by the Taiyuan cloud-piercing technique. It was very strong and had reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least half a year or more to reach the upper limit of the half-saint level. But now, after going through one life and death battle after another, his body's potential was constantly stimulated, and his cultivation speed would be faster. The upper limit of the half-saint level, his body was filled with vigorous and pure half-saint power, and his strength was further enhanced. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Chunzong's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Jian Lingxiao's strength that day was no match for his current strength. Even if Jian Lingxiao was 10%, 20%, or even 30% stronger, he was confident that he could defeat and kill Jian Lingxiao. Of course, if Jian Lingxiao had more tricks up his sleeve, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. But Chunzong was also a little happy that his strength had improved to this extent. He took a step forward and performed the flowing light flying shadow body technique. He directly turned into a light shadow and flew out. His speed was several times faster than before. The faster the speed, the more obvious the increase in strength. Time flew, and more than 20 days had passed. There were only a few days left before the end of the competition. The more time passed, the more intense the competition was, and the more intense the changes in the rankings were. Chunzong was originally ranked 105th, but now his points had increased, and his ranking had dropped. He was ranked 110th. Of course, Chunzong did not know that his ranking had dropped, but the experts and geniuses of the mysterious underworld territory were secretly anxious. Now, Su Mubai was the only one in the top 108, and he was ranked 78th. The higher one's ranking was, the harder it was to be pushed down. However, if one encountered a stronger opponent and was killed, he would lose half of his points and fall out of the top 108. On the 28th day, there was another change in the rankings. In the top 108, one name dropped rapidly, while another name rose rapidly. Jian Lingxiao. Jian Lingxiao's name had entered the top 108, and he was ranked 93rd. Great! The experts of the mysterious underworld territory were overjoyed. 2 more people had entered the top 108. In fact, to the whole, it was a good thing no matter who entered the top 108. It was a good thing for the mysterious underworld territory's reputation. But in terms of details, the mysterious underworld palace was the happiest and most honored that Su Mubai entered the top 108. The Golden Sword Villa was the happiest and most honored that Jian Lingxiao entered the top 108. As for Chunzong, if he entered the top 108, no force would be happy for him. After all, Chunzong was a rogue cultivator. Die! The staff slammed down from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous and powerful momentum. It carried the terrifying weight of a mountain, as if it was going to shatter the ground into countless pieces. Chunzong only felt an extremely shocking pressure falling from the sky, as if it was going to suppress him and crush his muscles, bones, and flesh into powder. It was very strong. Moreover, the intent contained in the staff was extremely shocking, and he felt that he could not dodge it. It was like a landslide. It was like the sky was falling. Chunzong squinted his eyes slightly. Through the mountain-like staff shadow, he stared at the figure behind the staff shadow. He suddenly exerted strength in his right hand, and his muscles bulged as his strength surged out. 90% half-step sword intent. Ultimate half-saint energy. Kill. Extreme heart sword style. The sword trembled slightly and turned into a finger-sized golden sword radiance that pierced through the sky. It was extremely sharp and pierced through everything. It also carried an extremely powerful and terrifying force, shattering the air around the golden sword radiance. It was a sword that originated from the heart and ended in the sword. It was an ultimate sword that was unparalleled and indomitable. A golden radiance pierced through the sky, and the horizon seemed to be within reach as it pierced through in an instant. The ultimate half-saint energy made Chunzong's sword even more powerful. The staff shadow was pierced through by the sword, and the incomparably powerful staff that was as heavy as a mountain also trembled. It was directly pushed away by the terrifying power of the sword, and was slightly deflected. A slight deviation would result in victory, defeat, and death. The pupils of the peerless Sky Pride, who was holding the staff with both hands, shrank like needles. His body trembled subconsciously, and a chill ran up his spine and rushed to his brain. Close, under the realm of heart, Chunzong grasped all of his opponent's reactions. His mastery of the extreme heart sword style had also reached the ultimate level. The sword radiance flashed and disappeared in an instant. The Sky Pride widened his eyes with shock and reluctance. Then his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Death. Chunzong gained a large number of points, and his ranking on the list rose again. He entered the top 108 from the 110th place, and then continued to rise. The 100th place. Look, Chunzong has entered the top 108 again, a Sky Pride from the mysterious Nether Territory exclaimed. The 99th place. The 98th place. The 97th place. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.